Do you think there is a predilection, a preponderance towards ignoramus dispositions? Do you think people like being stupid? I mean, this is a very serious question. Do you think people? Do you think that's their goal in life to be fucking idiots? Like the level, the level of stupidity is just it's outstanding. It really is. I mean, is it just is it just ignorance, or are people really numbskulls? You know what I mean by numbskulls? You know what I mean by people that just they're just I don't know. Does their brain work? Are they brain dead? Do you think people enjoy just being dumb as a bag of frozen hammers? I don't even know. I don't know. Like as I got older, this is what happens to people. They become. I don't. And it's not even older because I don't. In a lot of ways, I don't feel older or even look older in a lot of ways. Um, as I've gained uh, days of looking at things and studying things and being somewhat scholarly in my outlook on life, I've you gain pieces of knowledge. It would seem as you are alive longer, you become you would it would seem only that you would become smarter, right? This is so shouldn't as humanity shouldn't we become more intelligent? Wouldn't that be the process? Isn't that somewhat like evolution? Like if you believe in evolution of any sort, wouldn't that happen? But as I've seemingly like it's maybe I'm the only one progressing. I don't know. It's just like the more I look around me, every day I'm just like people are dumber and dumber and dumber. Like it's not that I'm smarter and smarter and smarter, even though that would just seem to be the natural process for anyone, for everyone, except it's not. It literally isn't. People are becoming, as far as I can see, as my vantage point of this entire world that we're living in, people are dumb as fuck. I don't know how else to say it. Like it's just the number of people that I've had to have conversations with these masked up lunatics. It's almost June of 2021. Why isn't everyone falling over dead in the streets right now? Because they're wearing a mask. It's filled with who knows what kind of garbage. And you have to interact and talk to these people. They're and they've habituated somehow there is a larger thing of habituating ignorance, insanity, stupidity. Is it like cool? It's cool to be stupid. I've seen. I can't tell you how many people recently I've seen with children that are like under 5 years old that they have a mask on their child. That would be considered child abuse by any reasonable human being. Who's up in here? What you doing? What's up, Carrie? Like that wouldn't. I remember when this whole shit show of nonsense started last year. So it's been a year and change, right? It's insane to think that someone could still believe the narrative, but yet it still persists. And the longer that it persists, the dumber and more convinced people are of it. And now we're at a point where People are actually applauding each other and designing. They're designing masks to abuse their children with. If you want to smack your child, I am all for it. I will punch your child. I don't care. If your kid's being a brat, I'm happy to knuckle up to the little kid. I don't care. Punch him right in his face. I don't think that's child abuse. But to mask your child up every day, that's abusive. I mean, would I really punch your kid? No, I'm kidding. But I think you should. I think most people should smack the shit out of their kids once in a while. But would I find it reasonable that you put a diaper on your child's face? It's unreasonable. It's pathetic. You're pathetic if you have a child that's under 5 years old. Even if you have a kid that's any age, really, it's a completely moronic, pathetic. You're a waste. You're a waste of life, and you're teaching your children to be a fucking loser. That's what you're teaching them. That you think the most reasonable, intelligent person on the planet is some fucking guy on a television named Fucky, or whatever his name is. Fuckstein guy? That's the smart guy. That's him. That's what you want your child to grow up to be like. That fucking guy. But no, me. Don't be like me, because that would include using foul language. It would see me saying this. That's why would you say it's so cruel and mean what you're saying. I don't. So in society, what we have is people can do all the dumb shit they want, but they're more upset with people that say something about the dumb shit that's going on. They're like, how dare you point out the fact that the king has no clothes? Don't say these things. I'm like, it's okay that they're just beating the shit out of the child relentlessly because the child spilled some, some apple juice on the table or something. That's okay with you guys. You think that's cool, and then while you're doing that, you'll have a designer mask to go with it, to match every one of their outfits for the week. What is it? What is it with people? I mean, what's going you can't, like the comedians say, you can't fix stupid, that dude, whatever his name is. Like what fixes these people? And I said this a couple of shows ago, but I think these people are just going to end up in a lot of ways just killing themselves off. I really can't get over the idea that a year and a half ago you would have been considered a terror on society if you were to walk into a grocery store or a gas station with a mask on. They wouldn't have it. They'd be like, that's not. They'd be like, whoa. Now it's the opposite. Oh, how many times I've walked into somewhere and people just jump back that I'm not wearing a mask, and they are, and they're frightened of me while I'm sitting here looking all sorts of healthy, being all sorts of healthy, and just trying to go about my day. And then have people with a mask on that might work at a store run after me and get within their 6-foot rule radius problem thing that they got, social, physical distance, proximity, I mean, whatever the hell they're doing, and like, and it's like they want to enforce that, and it's like, I mean, and you can't reason with these people. You can't talk sensible to them. Like, what am I going to sit there and be like, here, would you like a flyer on why you're a brain dead lunatic? You can't tell someone that's stupid that they're stupid. And you can't provide them with information of why they're stupid, because they are so stupid they can't figure out that they're stupid. Do you understand? It's like idiots read self-help books. If you're the self that is so stupid that you need a self-help book, then how are you going to help yourself if it's a book that was written by somebody else to help you help yourself? It doesn't make sense. You can't. How do you explain it? They would just go what? And you, it's like I had to have a conversation. Oh man, I went into a laundromat, and the dude looks at me. You need to put a mask on. You need to. I'm like, actually, it's not a law. It's not even at all. And in fact, it's last week the restrictions were lifted from Louisiana. He goes, well, we're in New Orleans. I was like, motherfucker, are you? Did I say it out loud? No, I just go. New Orleans is in Louisiana, you stupid schmuck. The state is bigger than the city, and the city is inside of the states. Not to mention that it's not. I mean, and then I get to the counter, and the woman literally on the other side of the counter backs. She has a mask on, and she backs up. She backs up away because I don't have a mask on. Like, so I was like, you realize this is not. This is. I don't. I think business is what they need to do. All businesses need to become clubs. That way they can properly say, this is a club, and have entry in here, you need to be part of the club. Now, and that way they can enforce whatever they want, because then it would be a private business. But here's why they would never do that, because they'd lose a shit ton of business. Because then you just have the division, which would be places where people are dumb as fuck, that everybody is wearing a mask, that most people I know of the reasonable people that are left, they would never choose to go there. I mean, I just, what are you supposed to do? uh, I mean, there are some bright sides, but there's a bright side to this. I think they're when they talk about like, ooh, the NWO, the New World Order, the Illuminati, they want to depopulate. Like, people are doing it to themselves. People are literally like, I mean, hey, we all have our bad days. We always like, everybody's like, damn, this fucking life goes on like this. This is what's up. But I think most people would in an instance, if they weren't fearful of death, would kill themselves. And most people are on that path of killing themselves, quite sincerely. I don't know if they can rationalize that. I mean, I don't know if they see it, but like the kind of like, look, when we, all of us unanimously, we do things every day of our life that um, we do things that are somewhat dangerous to ourselves, that are diseasing ourselves, right? Diseasing. It's all sorts of things, all sorts of foods that we eat, all sorts of habits that we have. There's all sort of reckless things that people do. Even the most mundane things are pretty reckless for people. Driving a car is pretty fucking reckless. You know why? Because most people, when they're driving their car, they're fucking texting. Not a great idea, because that's a 2,000 pound. Like, what? I mean, you see how big a car is. Like, you know how much damage that can do. I don't know if anybody's ever, been into a car accident or hit by a car or anything. Like, these things happen. Yeah. And dangerous things all the time. But like people are. It's obvious that people are going out of their way to be. It's like people are going out of their way to be as completely. It's not even fickle with their health. I'm talking about like people are unanimously across the board doing the most harmful things to themselves. And people used to always go, but what about the children? These people don't give a fuck about their kids. They don't. Because if they did, they wouldn't allow for this bullshit. They wouldn't. They would protect their children. Instead, they're teaching their children terror and disgust, and they're teaching them to fear and not interact with other humans, as if everyone's like. I think it's because they are so internally diseased, that they are internally sinners. They believe in all sorts of ghosts and goblins and spooky boogie monsters and shit, that they just pass it on to the next generation. It's fucking sickening. Except for, I mean, it's sickening in a humorous way to me. Although it's not really that funny, but I will continue to laugh at it, because if I don't laugh, if I don't try to make light of this and do this shit and speak about it this way, I'd cry myself to sleep. I wouldn't get out of bed ever. I wouldn't even want. I can't. How difficult it must be for people that have any type of empathy to walk outside and see people walking around with masks on, and then see their children and not want to just go, stop doing that. Like, what's wrong with you? I don't know. This is like my release valve, you know? If I don't do this, like, what the fuck? Like, what would do you know how many people I've talked to that have lost friends and family? Like, I've had people tell me that they have family members that said they won't see them until they get stabbed with a I don't even a cocktail of chemicals that nobody knows what's in it. Unless you go do it, like it'd be like me saying right now, unless you start doing crack and shooting up with heroin, I will never talk to you again. That's exactly what they're saying. It quite literally is what they're saying. Because then I'm like, all right, well, it's not crack and it's not heroin. What is in there? Answer me that. They'd be like, it's a good doctor. He said to do this stuff. Ooh. I mean, these are the same people that will tell you, they told you for years, these are the same people that tell you for years that they don't trust the government, they don't trust the media, you know, mechanics, they don't trust the mechanics, they don't trust, you know, doctors too often, sometimes doctors, sometimes scientists, but like, you know, now, no, they implicitly trust whatever they say. Well, why would they lie? No reason to. What's up? What's up, Andre Henry? What's up in here? What's up, Iron Worker? What's up, Divine Dispenser? You going to Alabama? Wicked. What part of Alabama you going to? There's a couple people on here that are living in Alabama. What's his name? Unstance is in Alabama. Who else? Bunch of people, actually. Yeah. I think Birmingham, maybe. I know. So I'm just gonna sit here and rant and rave about this. I don't know what else to say. I just feel like if I don't just say that, I'll be just sitting there with it inside of me and going, well, I could have said something. It's not like right now it's at the point where it's like a preaching to the choir kind of shit. Like, what am I gonna say that somebody else hasn't thought of? But here's the funny thing: is I've talked to people, and I've said some of the most basic throughout my life, especially recently. I've said the most basic shit to people that to me just seems like a normal. This is what you'd think. This is how a normal person would think. It's just a reasonable assessment, and people go, "Oh, I never thought of it that way." I'm like, "You never thought of it that way? How could you not think of it that way?" Like, I'm not like breaking down barriers of you know, philosophies, and I'm not. It's not some trick. It's not like, wow, like you must have a lot of time in your hands thinking these crazy things. I'm like, no, it's just it just doesn't link up. Like, you don't understand how businesses work. Like, when you try to explain something to someone, this is the basic thing. Businesses function on supply and demand, fear and consumption. The only time, do you think a car dealership, let's say like an auto mechanic, right? Do you think their business thrives on you taking care of your car? Nope, doesn't. Your car needs to break for them to fix it. It's for them to make money. It's for them to be in business. Ergo, thus, it is in their best interest if your car breaks. This would be a valid, obvious thing, correct? Are they going to come break your car? No, because it's just going to go through wear and tear and become broken, and you're not going to fix it yourself. So, what do you think the possibility that doctors want you to be healthy? 0%. Because their money, their job, their income relies solely on you being unhealthy. Yeah, I mean, evil. I don't, I had somebody made a video about me the other day because I said I don't think there's as many evil people. I think it's all, and I explained myself, and I guess they didn't listen to the whole video because they were fucking moronic too. They apologized afterwards. I'm like, I don't even fucking like what. What? I said, I think there's less evil people. I think most people are just motivated to take care of themselves and their family. It's very, uh, it's not selfish per se. It's like you do service to self and service to others. Most people are so geared into taking care of themselves and their children and their family that they can't look outside of that. So what is in their best interest? You cannot convince a man to know something when his paycheck relies on him not knowing something. You can't convince anyone. For them to afford a house and food and the luxuries and pay for everything, they have to maintain a level of ignorance to things, unless their job is the requirement of their job or their work is to be more intelligent, which is hardly ever the case. There's not too much work that requires you to be more intelligent tomorrow than you were yesterday. The only work that requires that is what I do. Doesn't pay great, but hopefully I'll be making money soon. Hey, if you guys want to donate to me, I mean, I don't know what I said today other than just be fuming, irate. But other times you guys know you can ask me about health, well-being, and shit like that. But man, I don't I don't see why people can't make this obvious connection. Schools, people that always talk about school teachers, they don't get paid enough and like then the teachers, they're important. No, they're not. People are like, we gotta open the schools, but get the kids back to school. Like, why? Like, do you think anything changed? Like when you remember you went to school, right? You didn't like it. You know why you didn't like it? Because it's a factory system of boredom and propaganda and lies and nonsense. And everybody knows this, except for people go, well, you think I have to go to school? How are they going to get educated? They're not going to know anything if they go to school, which is completely false. But we got to open the schools back up to send the kids back there with their masks on too, so they don't socialize or get too close to anyone. I mean, the level of mental health problems that if somehow this thing turns into, hey, guess what? There's no variance and there's no blah blah blah. It's somehow the people just go, all right, enough of this shit. The amount of mental health disorders are going. It's already through the roof. I mean, it's already insane. The way people. I remember how people used to interact and look at each other. Now, the amount of people that just, I just scratch my head. I'm outside at a park, and people are wearing masks. Whilst on a bicycle. You know, I see people in their cars with masks on. You know what I mean? Like, why don't those people? They're like lemmings. Why don't they just unanimously get together, all of them, and just go ahead and just end it. Just be done. I mean, see, stop making trouble for the rest of us. We're trying to get through life and be, I don't know, helpful and creative and artistic and loving and caring, and we're trying to do all that. We're trying to do that thing, right? I think so. I mean, as far as I know, hey, it doesn't always come off that way, but I promise you, I try. But they're just getting in the way of anybody being like that. Can't talk to them because they can't, you can't hear them. You ever try to have a conversation with somebody that like she doesn't like? You have to go through this whole thing. You ever see those people that just like they'll be talking, they'll pull the thing down and talk like, "What is this? What is how?" You ever watch a basketball game? See the coach there's got the mask on, and players are out there sweating and bumping each other, breathing on each other, and then coach got a mask on, and he just pulls it down, he starts screaming at his team, and then puts it back on. Like, what are you doing? Like, what kind of insanity is going on here? and see, like, now me saying this, I seem like a raving lunatic because I don't quite get it. That it's to health and it's all scary out there. I don't get it. I don't. And then what do I mean, what do I have to give people my credentials? Like why do I know this? What do you must conspire your mom's basement, and that you got it, internet information doesn't count unless it came from a book. The person qualified because they're smart. You're not. Uh, I don't know. I don't know what to do with these fucking people. Savant Bomar. Yeah, I used to watch the mess out of Savant, man. I watched him for years and years. I really haven't seen a video of his in probably 2 or 3 years. I've seen a couple of them, but I watched him religiously for 7 years. Whenever he put something out, I was all over it. But what are you supposed to do? Like, where does this go from here for humanity, for the state of the world? Anybody got any clues to how this develops? Like, what's next? What is as things continue, the continuation forward into whatever the next moment is in the world? It was 14 2 weeks, 14 days, we'll just fix this thing. Now it's like a year and something later. Like literally they ruined the entire, like, I don't, how is anybody that lives in these cities, these business owners? If you're a business owner, how are you putting up with this? How does anyone own a business and going, well, it's just the way it is? How are they just going? They have, now they're not working, so they didn't have time to go like, hey, when is this gonna? Can I have my business back? Can I? And then even if these business owners open up, who's gonna go there? Well, all the other people that are unemployed, that have less money now. Transfer of wealth once again goes to the rich and forget the poor. Forget the what happens? Like, how does this? Well, yeah, Divine, I hear you. In a good way. Like I told you, I am not a pessimist about this because I mean, I'm good. Like, no matter what, I'm good. I just have to maintain that I'm good, great. But I mean, is literally, is this the die off of the dumb people? The dumb people are just going to, you know. I mean, in a real society, like if this was anything, how to say this? I'm not trying to be polite, obviously, because I don't think that I've ever been that. It's not my strong suit. I'll be I'll be as uncouth as possible. I mean, these if we're in a proper society, people there's a lot of people that literally bring nothing to the table, that have no value, no true value. There's no, everybody's like, oh, everybody's special, everybody has a purpose, everybody, there's a reason that everybody's here. Actually, I don't think so. I think there's a lot of superfluous, stupid morons. I think there's a lot of people that they could. I think humanity would be like. I think humanity as an entirety, we could just all just go. Yeah, I don't think they really need to be here anymore. That's like who would really miss these people? There's a lot of people like that, and I've given a lot of consideration to this because I wouldn't say I don't. I have a lot of. Through the years I've had a lot of friends and a lot of acquaintances and I have those days where I'm like, nobody really care if I was gone, you know. But I mean, I know in the back of my mind because I've had quite a number of people like, dude, stop it. You're extremely important. Yeah, okay, but there are people out there that what are they adding to that? What are you bringing to the table? Like if we were having a potluck dinner, they would what they'd bring? They'd bring like a fucking I don't know, a bucket full of queefs. I don't know. I mean, what would they do? I mean, I have no idea. There's some people that like, those people like you just like, why am I even talking to this person? Like, what could they actually be doing to make? What are they doing to make the world even normal? Most people make everything suckier, and then everybody else is out here like the people that make the world a better place. There's a small number of us. Do I include myself in that? Yes, I do. Why wouldn't I? You have to have a little bit of self-respect and value and worth. Some of these people, I'm like, I'm just gonna keep. I'm gonna keep going on this. Seriously, have you ever had a conversation that when you're talking to them, you're just like, you really want to go. I've had quite a number of people say, "Damn, I would love to just pick your brain. I'd love to be inside of your head for a day, to know what you know and how you know it." Lots of people ask me this, like, "Dude, like, what the fuck? Like, how do you know this?" I'm like, but have you ever thought about looking at someone else and you're like, "I'd like to go into their brain because it's probably mice and cobwebs and empty space. Like, there's nothing in there." There's literally nothing in their head, and there's nothing you can do to make them. You can't clean it. You can't fill it up with something. You can't. There's no artwork. There's no music. It's just like, I think inside of their head they just hear duh all day long. There's a duh. Humanity is beautiful. Like, I think that it's a wonderful thing. But there's quite a number of people that are just dense, dumb. Like, the NPCs, like that thing. No, they're dumber than NPCs. Yeah, Finn. The cart before the horse. Exactly. Super champion. Exactly. Yes. When somebody is like, who would you like to thank? I'd like to thank myself for being here. Quite honestly, it's not selfish. Like, you are the most important thing to your world. It's just what it is. Certainly, we have like, you have animals and people and things that are just very important to you, and that does make your life better. But, you know, Snoop Dogg said, I'd like to thank me, motherfucker. What do you want? Like, what am I good at doing? I'm good at doing a lot of shit. It pretty much amazes most people. Like, they're like, wow, I'm only good at a couple things. I was like, well, I'm good at a lot of shit. I bring a lot to the table. I bring a lot of value to the world. Everybody has to feel that way about themselves. It's not downplaying anyone else's, like what they're doing. But if I have to just say so, I'm just not comparison. It's not because I do a lot that other people suck. No, people just suck. Just as an individual, people are succubuses. What are you gonna do? More people than not. I don't know. Would you say maybe 60% of people should be kicked directly in their testicles? Even women should be kicked right in their cunt. You know, there's seriously like I don't, there's a lot of people that are just like they're they're just they're like an extra appendage. It'd be like having I don't know. It'd be like having an extra something where it doesn't need to be. I don't know, an extra arm coming out of your ass. I don't know. That's how superfluous these fucking clowns are. We're in Karen's circus. This is. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hey, I'm gonna be selling merch soon, and the shirts are gonna say Karen Circus. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, here's why that's fucking hilarious to me, and I'm laughing a lot right now. You just can't tell. Um, if you were to go to a circus, it should be fun. And there's Ferris wheels and kids and cotton candy and everybody's having a good old time and it's festivities, circus, carnival, fair, whatever you want to call it. But it would be as if Karen ran it. You know, the people they ruin fun, but they're trying to run it and make it so it's fun, but they ruin everything. That's where we live. Like that whole thing. like, like the whole game in life is somehow to avoid Karens. And why I don't understand. I mean, why is it the name Karen? Which is interesting because I funny enough in my family, I did have an aunt named Karen, and she was actually the only cool person in the people that raised me. You know, people that I was around. And I'm avoiding calling them family because they weren't family. And they purchased me, and I was not very connected to any of these people. They're not my kin. They're not my clan. They're not my tribe in any way. They were the appendage to the like. Hey, the only thing what good. See, they did something good. They brought me in. They kept me alive. I guess that's what they did. So I could become all of this splendor, all of this magic that I am. uh, you're talking about my the ET over there. Yeah, I think that was my friend. My friend came over with her boyfriend's son and her kid, and we played around yesterday, and he was playing with those. The shirt. I do have a T-shirt that says it's in I don't know, you've probably seen it before. It says Illuminati, but it's all in different colors, so it looks like Google, but it says Illuminati. And I was wearing it one day, and some guy walks past me. He was like, "Do you know what that means?" I was like, "Do I know what means?" And he points at my shirt. He goes, and he kind of was like, he did one of these, and like kind of like, "Do you know what that means?" I was like, "No, what's that mean? I don't. What is it? What is it? I'm just wearing this. I don't know." It's like people that wear Nike that have no idea that the Nike symbol is a Saturnian symbol, and I mean, not that I don't care. That's fine. You just know what it is. You know what Nike means. You know the God, Nike. No, whatever. rocking that, you know. Yeah, whatever. But the way he was like, do you know? Like it was all accusatory. I'm like, okay, sorry that my shirt says illuminated. Sorry, I'm a Fulbright Scholarship Award winner. uh, yeah, Divine. Starts on the piss. Yeah, why not? Start selling the piss, man. Which is funny because I've had more than one person, uh, you know, drink my piss. So, and they even asked for it. All right, have at it. Make you healthier. Most people are like that is disgusting. No, actually, it's probably the healthiest thing they've ever put in their body. And by probably I mean definitely. Most of what they put, most of this, the shit people shovel into their gullets is disgusting. My piss is pristine. Hmm. Man, what time is it? Like 2 something? Like I just wake up at odd hours now. Back to that again. It's kind of because it's springtime and the temperature. I don't know. It's like it's easy to sleep through the night when it's kind of chilly and you're in a warm bed. But when it's just warm and sticky, you know, it's a little more difficult to sleep. You kind of just wake up and you're like, ugh. You wake up and you're like, oh, why am I sweating? Should I be sweating while I sleep? Isn't that what kind of filth? What kind of filthy, what kind of filthy hog am I? You know, it's funny though. Pigs and dogs, they don't sweat. They don't have sweat glands. The elite drink piss. That is an actual fact. If people pay attention, and watch a lot of movies. There's a piss reference in them. When I say a lot, there's a lot of important movies that you'll see. There might be a joke or it might be part of the major theme. There's always something. There's always like a reference to. I mean, why is a little kid always peeing in like the fountain? Right? Peeing. Is this little boy just sitting there pissing? This is a fountain of youth. They're telling you symbolically what it is, and then you watch these movies where people piss into the fountain together and then they change bodies and they go back in time. They get younger. No, that's just. I don't know. Peeing. Don't pee on a tree. Don't pee. Piss. I mean, whenever you go to a doctor's, remember like when you're a kid, they'd be like, "Oh, pee into this cup." Like, what are they doing with that? What are they? Pee in the cup? What do they do? They're just taking your plasma. Are they drinking it? Are they snorting it? You know, people are like, "Oh, donate blood." Think about that. Think about this. Think about the silliness. People are dying every day. They need blood. Like, who needs blood? How does your body make blood? It's in there. You just water and then it just goes into your body and that becomes your blood. It mixes with things. And that's your stew of things. Just drink water. I don't I go to the hospital. I gave blood today. To who? For what? Well, because somebody got in a car accident and they need my blood. No, they don't. Why is that bag there with water in it? Or that plasma? That ultra-filtered, plasma ultrafiltrate? Or the saline solution? What's going on there? It's going into the body. That's becoming the blood. Yeah, but they need my blood. Because it's the correct kind. It's ABO positive, negative blood stuff, and they need that stuff. Who? It's very interesting to me. I was told when I was a child that I had jaundice, and I had a blood transfusion. I wonder whose blood I got. I wonder if that really happened. And now, am I somewhat like them? Did somebody take over my body? Am I that person? Hmm. Was I actually? Because I don't remember being alive when it happened. So maybe I'm just the reincarnation of somebody's blood that got stuck in my body. Maybe that's what happened. Hey, maybe I should just give my blood to everybody all the time. Here, take some. Here, have it. Drink my blood, you'll live forever. Which is what's it called? Amrita. You know what Amrita is? Amrita is the nectar of life that if you consume of it, you live forever. Yeah, I know. It's super jam, exactly. We are the elite. I mean, isn't that what Robert Anton Wilson says? He wrote the book, the Illuminatus trilogy, right? And when he was always talking, he's like, well, why wouldn't I consider myself to? I'm the Pope. So are you. Why wouldn't I consider myself elite? Why wouldn't I consider myself Illuminati? What doesn't? I mean, here's the thing about these clubs and things. Who isn't in a club? I tried to explain this the other day to people, and I don't know if they got it. I don't know if they understood. If you're part of any group, culture, organization, the whole thing, everybody's in some sort of club. Everybody. They go, oh. My favorite club is the people that think they're like this. They got the Bible and they just smash people with it. And they're like, Jesus said so. Ah. I'm like, no, he didn't. Like, you know, I read the comments underneath people's YouTubes, and I really wish there was a way of knowing if that's actually a person on the other side that believes what they're typing. Because I'll just read the comments and it'll be some random Jesus Psalm 647 and this person's evil. He's part of the bloodline of John. This is one. John Levi's part of the whatever, and he's evil, and he talks with NLP, and he has a monotonous voice, and he's in training you to like. I mean, sure, everybody is. I have a very calming, soothing voice most of the time. Am I not in training you to believe something? Of course I am. Am I using mind control on myself and on you? Absolutely I am. Who cares if John Levi is part of any club? Who cares if any of them are? Are they giving you good information? Where are they steering you wrong? And if you see that they're giving you wrong information, then just take from it what you can. People just sit there and go, they'll listen to somebody all day just to say they don't like what they have to say. That's insanity. Go listen to what you do like and then tell me about what you like and what you found. Don't tell me about what you don't like. I don't give a fuck what you don't like. It's like people that tell me like, I don't like the way you said this. I'm unsubscribed. I'm like, good fucking riddance. I don't need you here. It's always people too. I used to listen to you, but now you've said something I don't like. Well, then don't like it on your own. Go over there. I don't care. There's a whole big internet. Get away from me. But if someone's like, I'm reading a video, I'm reading this comments in a video. It wasn't even by John Levi. It was somebody that was doing a video about comb something. And he'd taken a microscope out and looked at the masks, right? And there was all this weird stuff going on there. And the comments were just as dumb as anything. I'm just reading the comments. I'm just like, what does this have to do with the video? That has not your statement. It literally has nothing to do with the video. You just said John Levi's evil and Jesus is the only way. And Jesus is always coming. Jesus is always coming. Oh. I don't actually remember Jesus ever coming. You know what I mean? But they insist he's always coming. That must be pretty awesome life if you were always coming. Like if pigs when they have an orgasm are said to have an orgasm for 15 minutes. What a life. You know what I'm gonna call Jesus is a pig. How's that? How do you feel about that? Jesus is a pig because he's always coming. Oh, I'm coming. Oh. That's hilarious, Super Champion. Yellow River Boys, that's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, man, it's so funny because who cares? His last name, because his last name's Levi, so he's part of the Levi cult. And like, so what? I just don't get it anymore. Granted, there are people within major organizations, secret or not secret, or society. Who cares? There's good people, and there's people that just mislead you, some on purpose and some out of their own ignorances. It's not that's not the goal of those institutions and clubs and things as a totality, as a whole. The original teaching of the invisible college, the invisible university, these secret things, the origination was always the advancing humanity, the insight, the scholarly knowledge of the workings of things. That's the goal. Have some people corrupted it? Of course, but that doesn't mean everybody is. I don't. What's up, Christopher? But that's funny. You said John Levi is a good welcoming committee to the Astrodome. It's very funny too. A lot of people have told me that they were absolutely certain that I was talking to them in the Astrodome, or I've hung out with them. Probably. There's sometimes I do remember. There's like sometimes I was like, I mean, I've never met a lot of, most of you I haven't met, obviously. But there are times like, I wonder who that was. And then somebody the next day would be like, dude, I was hanging out with you, talking to you, and you told me this and that. And I was like, I kind of remember that. Like maybe last week in my dream, which would have been, because the dreamscape is, anytime, any place, it's all right there. You just kind of link up. You gotta your parallax. You have to quad locate your position in the time space continuum, and you end up the same place as somebody else's consciousness. Well, hey, who's having a drink with me? That's what I'm doing. Having a beverage, trying to get back to bed. Does anybody remember growing up and you were like, oh, I don't know. I guess most people would have been between like 10, somewhere in 10 to 20, you know what I mean? Somewhere in those years. You probably had this belief like, when I get older, I'm going to know what all the older people know. I'm going to be smart, and those people must know what's going on. And as you got older, what happened was you just started to realize actually everybody is just a dumb child. They're just bigger. There's a bigger dumb child. That's the size of it. Well, there's like the only difference is adults, whatever you call them, they have more responsibility, like responsibilities, like and it's not even that. It's not even they're more responsible. There's plenty of adults that are very irresponsible. I had a friend of mine. I'm hanging out with her yesterday, and so she's got a kid that's he's like 6 months old now. And there was a couple times he was doing something, and she was like, scared that I wasn't paying attention. I was like, you realize like I'm way more responsible than 99% of people on the planet. And she goes, yeah, I know. I was like, you really think I'm gonna let your kid fall on the floor or you know, like do something stupid? Like, and she's like, no. I was like, see, you're overacting, right? She's like, yeah. I was like, you would trust me with this kid over anyone on the planet, pretty much. She's like, yeah. I was like, exactly. Most people, when they're, you know, as they get older, they don't, they're not, they're not any better. They're not any smarter. You ever have these people that there's some veneration. Is it veneration for old people? Is it the right word? That somehow old people are supposed to be considered like, oh, that's the, you know, the elders are different than old people. The elder statesmen, that you're supposed to give them credence, and they're supposed to be the wisdom keepers. And mostly what I've seen with old people is they're old, senile, moronic, racist, stupid, drugged up idiots. Tell me I'm wrong. There's more people that are old that are as dumb as donkey dicks. For real. And not a lot of old people that are actual elders, that are wisdom keepers. That doesn't they get old, they get tired, they you know they live their habitual ways they through life, and they just start taking the prescription drugs, and they're completely. You ever see these old people just falling all over the place? Like, that's not a reasonable thing. Old people. Here, there's three things are exactly the same. Drunk people, babies, and old people. Same thing. Drooling all over the place, falling all over the place, making no sense when they talk. And so that's it's precisely why I like to get really drunk, because I think it's funny. I like to be on that precipice of just stupidity, because I want to know how dumb other people are. And if I stayed 100% on, you know, kilter, just sober, I would probably grow to resent everyone and have an attitude problem, that to say like, fuck you, I'm way better than you. Like, I am so much better than you, bitch. That's probably what I would do. So I have to humble myself, and I humble myself by doing dumb shit. And I also want to know what is it like to be stupid? What is it like to be like that? I have to revisit it sometimes. Oh, divine! You said it would be a 5 gram. That's you were, yeah, you were space cadet. Yeah, I like microdosing. Like, I like to be just before things start. I like it just as the body buzz hits and your brain kind of starts to go that way. I like right that space right there. I mean, obviously, having a whole trip about it is fun, and it's, psychedelic exploration of consciousness. Da da da. Yeah, I get it, but I like to be functional. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be able to get around the day. I don't want it to have to be like, all right, go in here. It's the whole thing. It's a, you got to plan your trip out. Nah. What's up, Sin Corona? What you doing? What must feel like bliss? What are you talking about? You feel like you're keeping your mom from being stupid? Yeah, you know what? It's the next day. I've recently I've adjusted my intake of substances, and I found that, like, I really enjoy the effects the next day of a cigar, like tobacco and kratom and mushrooms. I really, the next day I'm always like, I don't know, just cozy and comfortable. Like I can see why. I can see why there's psychedelic communities, and there's a big push towards mushrooms to fix people's depression and anxiety and shit. You can see how it works. But it's definitely, I think, used in counter with other things. I think they're a very good. It's fun. It's funny. The soap that I got the other day, the Castile. Does anybody know the Dr. Bronner's? If you read the label, now the new labels they printed all have the story of psychedelics and why they're trying to get psychedelics to be kind of, I don't know, pop culture, like how useful they are. But as I will always say, oh, being stupid. You're saying being stupid is it feels like bliss. I don't know. It's nice. It's nice at times. Like right now, I didn't realize how much alcohol was already in here, so I got a nice little buzz kicking right now. My brain is a little mushy from earlier, because it's what time is it, like 2? So yeah, probably been like 10 hours since I ate 8 of the mushrooms. Mm. I mean, there is a really interesting space that your brain kind of just it's not quite samadhi, it's not quite bliss, but it's this space where your brain isn't over here and it's not over there, it's just there, and you're not and there's like, it's kind of like, you know, when you're meditating and you're either looking at the tip of your nose or looking up here, or this is kind of like you're in that space just by yeah, okay, cool. There's lots of ways to get there. Some people use all sorts of different techniques. Sin, yeah. See, sobriety is overrated. It really is. I don't think most people are sober. I think most people that say they're sober they don't quite understand what sobriety is, like whatever that is. Until you've done enough days of water fasting, basically, you don't know. Until you've done, you know, a few days on piss and not eating and cleaned your body, you don't know what sobriety looks like. Most people are like, oh, you smoke the weeds and you drink the beers and you do this, and I'm like, you eat all the food and you're taking all the chemicals and you go to drive-through McDonald's and you drink coffee every day, and like, you're not sober. You don't know. You have no idea. Who is it that said was it Tom Waits, something about people that don't do drugs? What was Tom Waits' quote about doing drugs? It was pretty fucking funny. I don't want to screw it up, but go look it up. Tom Waits on drugs. See, probably a lot of good ones. Yeah, sobriety is basically for people that can't handle drugs, I guess. I mean, what isn't? To me, what isn't a drug? What isn't psychedelic? I mean, I have all sorts of normal experiences that, like, my regular everyday life is filled. Not all the time. Some days I have those days I'm just on the couch staring at the phone or watching TV like anybody else. But a lot of days I just have these little whimsical experiences that are just like, it's all psychedelic to me. I don't know. Even when I'm sober. Even the times where I'm fasting and just like, no, we're just going to walk around, just getting sunshine and drinking water. drinking piss. And then I was like, well, this is it, man. What does psychedelic mean? Psychedelic isn't it's not a different, it's not like, it's not a different way of being. It's it just always is. It's just recognizing it. I think that's the way to put it, you know? It's just like recognizing that you're like, oh, here I am. This is what I'm doing. I'm aware that I'm talking right now. What a crazy thing that is. I don't think enough people are. I think that might be the thing, that people are not aware that they even exist. They when they're talking. Do you think most people know what they're saying when they're talking? Like people say, you talk a lot and you go on and on, you don't shut the fuck up. That's correct. You are correct. But I'm also very aware of the words that are coming out of my mouth. And I'm very good at stringing together letters to make words and phrases that conjure up ideas in people's heads to usually improve their life. Other people, they just be saying some random shit like, what are you talking about? You know, just talking to somebody, just like, oh, what? Can you just like can you just shut the fuck up? Is kind of, sometimes I just want to go, just shut your fucking mouth. There's no reason that you should speak. Just, you have 2 ears, so you should listen twice as much as you talk. And then they'd be cute, and they was like, well, why don't you take your own advice? I was like, well, because I already listened for a long time. There was a time that you weren't here, that I was doing all the listening for you because you didn't pay attention in class. I paid attention. Oh, I pay attention. I can see what's going on 63 miles that way, behind me, with my eyes closed, whilst juggling flaming pianos and chainsaws. Yep, I can do all that all at once. Yes, and I don't. I mean, even at times, I'm right there with him, man. I get it. You can't be. You understand, like when somebody like Terrence McKenna or Alan Watts or these people that are like they're philosophers, they're scientists and shit. There's other aspects to their life. You ever look at people and you're like, those people, you know what they do? They go to sleep at night. They take shits just like you do. Some of them you just go, how the hell do they fuck? But they've had intercourse, and I wonder how awful that looks. But they do everything you do. They have to wash dishes, and they eat the foods. They whenever nobody's around, they'll pick their nose. I mean, I'll here. They'll dig up in their ass crack. They'll sniff their finger. Yeah, people are dirty motherfuckers. Everybody has the same things you do. They do too. Maybe not as glorious as the way we do it. You ever look at somebody and you wonder what is their domicile look like? What is their apartment, their house? Like, what is it? What's up? What's inside of there? And you wonder, is that a true reflection of their nature? Like feng shui, right? Like, if you were to walk into my apartment and see everything in here, it would be a pretty good assessment of what my mind looks like. Pretty good. Not perfect, but, you know. I mean, there's some things that are out of order. There's some things that I could probably do different. There's probably some things that, if I had a little more money, I might change. But all in all, I'm pretty comfortable with even the little bit of the mess that's going on in my house right now. There's a little bit of mess. Yes. I've invited people. I know people have come over. I'm like, my house is a mess, and they're like, no, it's not. I'm like, I look around and I'm like, there's 6 things out of place right now. Right now, there's 6 things out of place. I have a cup left over there. My socks are sitting on the floor there, and I could probably fold that blanket, and my headphones shouldn't be sitting right there. And to me, that's a mess. But I do wonder, like, because have you ever been in someone's house and you're like, ew, this is how you live? And you just go, you're like, if that's what your house looks like, I wonder what's going on inside of your brain. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I think most people, I don't think most people should do. There's a lot of drugs people shouldn't do. There's a lot of drugs that, like, I don't know, maybe last week I think I was talking about this with a couple people. That being somewhat of a shaman, medicine man, an explorer of consciousness with people, I can tell after getting to know someone for a little bit what if they haven't done. If I ask them like, what substances have you done, and I'm like, which ones would actually be a good idea for them, and which ones they should never touch. You know, it's quite. Sometimes I just look at something like, yeah, you should probably never do that, and you should. You find people that have addictive personalities. And you're like, okay, if you have an addictive personality, definitely don't do yayo. Don't do that. That would be an expensive habit. Lots of things. You have people that are excessively anxious. Probably don't have them do lysergic acid. Probably not a good idea. You have people that are, then there's other people that they're excessively depressed or like downtrodden. They're like, all right, maybe some MDA or MDMA. That's a good idea. In fact, I mean, people should know that was in the 70s used in a lot of. I mean, it was used in psychotherapy. And according to most people, it was worth about 7 or 8 visits to a psychotherapist to help you unravel. I mean, what was it really doing? It was releasing a lot of serotonin into your system. And being going, oh, not so much of a... Most of the problems that I thought I had are not that big of a deal. It's just a release of, oh, okay, everything's fine. Although I've met a few people that did Molly that they had a bad experience. I'm like, really? And it was always somebody that had a lot of control issues, and because you relinquish control to a degree, and they were very uncomfortable with not having control of their. I'm strong man. I harness my feelings. I do not feel things. I do not cry. I do not pet puppies. I do not get excited about anything. I'm in control. Those people, oh man, I've met a couple people that just had a no bueno. I was like, I don't know. I was like, no shit. And then after knowing how they were, I was like, oh, I see why they didn't work with you. Yeah. It's funny. I mean, if you've been around people that will fuck with you, like they already have like that Joker's grin on their face whenever you hang out with them, and you're like, if we do some psychedelics, they're gonna fuck with you, but like in a funny way. They'll always snicker. They're always like, I'm playing with you. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, I can I can I can pretty much get a contact. That somebody says they get a contact high off of if someone's around smoking weed, and there's the weed in the air, and they get a contact high. No, it's not necessarily even the aromatics, although that is your nose is connected to, it's the most powerful thing of memory, so it pulls a memory, and then that starts to release a bunch of the chemicals in your system. But I think it's more of an auric field where anybody could be on whatever substance, and if I'm around that person, I will be on whatever substance they're on. It could be anything, really. Even shit that I've never done. I'm like, oh, okay, I gotta get away from this person. They're fucking meth head. This dude's on PCP. I gotta get the fuck away from this. I don't like it. You know, you kind of just catch that vibe. That's the thing, man. Some people just are not phased by that kind of shit. They just walk. I don't want to say ambivalent. No, they're not ambivalent. They just kind of unfazed. They don't even notice it. They're just like so shut off to the world that they don't even recognize. I'm almost out of gas here though, just so you guys know. Control issues. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know when I gave up control on things, but it's what's the fucking use? And it's not being apathetic, if that makes sense. I'm not apathetic, but I'm as close as you can possibly be to apathy. Apathy is a terrible thing if you're completely apathetic. It means you just don't give a shit about anything. You're like, fuck it. I'm not like that, but I'm as close as you can whilst simultaneously keeping a sound order and arrangement to things. You know what I mean? Like, people that are apathetic are like in the movie like in The Big Lebowski, when they were talking about those two dudes that what do they call them? What's the word? So somebody just a nihilist. Yes, apathy and nihilism. I'm in a lot of ways I'm a nihilist in this sense, because to be a nihilist means that the whole game of life is a zero-sum game. So in a lot of ways I'm like that, because there is no grand purpose. It's an experience. It's a circus. It's a show. But the reason I'm not completely a nihilist, the reason I'm not completely apathetic, is because I do somehow think that we maintain our memory and our consciousness, and we do evolve with awareness towards something. So in that way, I'm not a complete nihilist, nor could I ever be completely apathetic. But I'm as close as you can get, because most of the time it's like, well, I can't really. I think it's because as I've tried to help people, I've realized there's some people that just will not, in no way, want, need, or receive help from me or anyone else. And I think that's probably the motivation for this talk. Is there's too many people in life that are already they've reached that point where they just go, like literally fuck it. I think that's where people just go, what? That's just another one of these days. What are they gonna do? They're just gonna go to work tomorrow, get up, and do that same thing, and then all of a sudden they're 70 years old, and they're just like, fuck it, old folks home or whatever the hell they do. Life just passed them. They didn't really interact. They didn't dance. They didn't make love. They didn't. And you just go, what were you doing? There's so many things to do. There's so many experiences. So many ways to like. And I think that's most of the people. They're just going. It's like, dude, just make a fucking mistake. Yeah, do you ever just look at somebody, you go, you just want to say to them, like, fucking just make a mistake. It's okay. No one's gonna yell at you, and maybe they do, and who cares? You know people that just like they have a scowl, and they just have there's like this tension, and there's like something's about like something. It's the Karen thing, like someone's gonna yell at you for doing the wrong thing. I mean, you got you for you to have knowledge, you have to fall over sometimes. You have you have to. It's not like the horse and falling off or the bike, and it's not. Those are great, simple things, but they'll become it becomes so mundane to say, well, if you fall off the horse, you got to get back on. Like, you can't say that to people. You know why you can't say that to people? You can't say that to people because most people have never ridden a horse. Have you rode, or is it ridden? Whatever. Whatever the fuck it is. Have you been on a horse before? And furthermore, have you been on a horse and fallen off? How could that even make sense to someone? So you say, you get out, you fall off the horse, you gotta get back on. That doesn't translate. Well, what percentage of people have ever ridden a horse? Anybody in here? I've ridden a horse before. Have you? But I've never fallen off, as far as I know. Aloof. What's up, Alexandra? What are you doing? Oh, great. Where did you? Hey, that elephant thing that you were reading, was that you just reading, or was that the thought that you had, or what? I couldn't tell at first. At first, it sounded like you were making conjectures on something, and then I was like, is she reading out of a book? Yeah, aloof. Yeah, aloof. Aloof is the right word. It's one of the 4 control dramas from the. Yeah, okay, so Super Champion and Sin and me, both, all 3 of us. Well, as a kid, yep, I rode a horse before. But I would say that was, that's pretty much that's the most people maybe was on a pony. Did you ride a pony when you were a little kid? Like, I want to have a pony with My Little Pony. Yeah. I actually I lived at a place that was I lived at a farm that had a bunch of horses, so I got to play with horses. Those things are big, they're powerful, man. The 3 amigos. But anyways, yeah, the 4 control dramas of Celestine Prophecy. You have basically like the Inquisitioner and the Aloof. I mean, those are the 2 standards. Those are the kind of the back and forth. Somebody's like, I don't know. I don't know. It's very passive. It's a passive, the passive, and then the what are you doing? What is that? Those and so you get those control dramas usually it's out of your parents, and you end up being you kind of reflect off of that. So if you have a parent that is more of a questioner, then you tend to be more aloof. Somebody's always like, were you done your stuff, or you did, and you're just like, shut the fuck. You get bored of being you become bored of being attacked relentlessly with questions about whether or not you've accomplished a certain task, that you just go, yeah, whatever. And then that's what is the birthing point of aloofness. Did you? Yeah, well, Horus is. What are you talking about? Shut the fuck. What are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. Horsepower. Yeah, well, Horus is the Horus power. Horse is Horus. The god, that guy. Did you Alexander? Did you read all the books? So there's Celestine Prophecy, the 10th Insight, the 10th, the 11th, and then there's the God in the Evolving Universe. I think there's 4 books in the series, and then the 5th one is God in the Evolving Universe. That one I only read bits and pieces. It was not as much of a story. You know, so whenever you guys do the ha ha and laughy faces, it never coincides. I don't remember what I said that was funny. Yeah, oh, Horus. Yes, yes, Horus. Yes. I mean, that's where you get the word hours and horses. Hours is hours, is Horus, and horses and hours, and there's a energy and power in that. Yeah. English is such an interesting thing, man. I remember when I was very like there was a while years ago that it almost and I almost felt like what movie, Rain Man. You know Rain Man, the movie. He's like a idiot autistic savant. There was a time when I studied English so much and etymology and its connection to numbers that when I would see a word, I would immediately start decoding the word like mathematically, and then I would tumble the letter. If someone says something to me, I would tumble the letters in my mind. I couldn't necessarily see it, but I would just do it, and I would be like, oh, what are they really trying to say? And I was like, and then there was a point I was like, Jesus fuck Christ, I gotta stop doing this. This is too much. Just shut the fuck up, brain. you have to talk to yourself in third person, like my brain is just an extra. It's like sometimes when your phone, your computer or something is just like acting funny or whatever, and you're just like, I would talk to my brain as if like because it's not me, right? I'd be like, brain, shut the fuck up. And my brain would be like, oh, okay. Like right now, I'm just like, can we just, okay, settle down. Settle down, brain. Just breathe. My brain's like, well, I'm not in control of that. You are. Just you do the thing. Ah, oh, fuck. So, brain, are you the thing that is consciousness? And the brain's like, nah, not really. And then I have to go, what is that? And the brain's like, I don't know. How the fuck do I know? And I go, yeah, you're right. It's like, don't be sticky to thoughts. Literally going in one ear and out the other is a good thing because literally all of this information out here is coming into you through these portals, right? And all of this and it's all stuck in here, and then we get to choose what to tag and hold on to and say this is what I'm working with, and then spit the rest out. Like right now, how many bits of information are in front of me? Infinite. But let's just say there's a billion bits of information in front of me. I've got a giant elephant over here. You want to see my cool elephant? Show you my elephant. I have elephants all over here. You know how many elephants I have in my house? I got that guy right there. So I could focus on that. I could focus on that elephant, right? Or I could focus on that up there. I could focus on the fact that my bed is a mess, right? I could focus on that blue thing over there. But I can't possibly focus on all of it if I divert my gaze to just blankness. I can accept all of this at once, but I can't pinpoint anything. So all of this information that's coming into my face, like, oh shit, you know what? I forgot about my friend the llama over here. You guys remember my friend the llama? I drink with him all the time. See him right there? Where is he at? Right there. See? I don't know if he's an alpaca or a llama. But there he is. He's having a look at him. Look at him. He's got a bow tie and a glass of wine. How cool, right? Who gets to have drinks with a llama every day? I do. Now, was I gonna do something stupid and call him Dolly? Dalai Lama? No. Because that would be too cheap. That would be too cheap. Hey Sin, what did you put in there? I don't know. I can't click on that. Christopher, the grammar and the book of the grimoire, exactly. Let's all just laugh. A place for everything and everything in its place. Thank you, Super Champion. That's what's up. Uh-huh. And Alexander, you got to talk to your brain as if like, what brain? Like Pinky and the Brain? What do you want to do today? What do you want to do today, brain? The same thing we do every day, Pinky. Try to take over the world. You think that's an alpaca? The difference that I know between alpacas and, so when you see me do that, I have a fan over here, and every once in a while it gets too chilly on my arm, and I have to turn it, and it gets kind of warm in here, and I gotta turn it back at me. That's what I'm doing. The difference between an alpaca and a llama: llamas are bigger, and they tend to be more spitty and bitey. That's what I've assessed on my research. I've never got to meet an alpaca nor a llama in real life. I don't know what it is, but I'm enamored and fascinated with them. I'm not sure why. There's something just absurdly cute about them. I've met goats. I got to meet goats 2 weeks ago. Little baby goats. And fuck you. You know what they do? They do goat yoga. Yes, you heard me tell you this. They do baby goat yoga. So you go to this place. It's a farm, but it's in the middle. Look, it's in the middle of the city. Like there's the fucking expressway right there, I-10 right there, and then like 1 block over. So there's like homeless people, pissing and shitting and fucking right there, and then 2 blocks over, there's a farm. And it has baby goats, and it's all beautiful and landscaped, and you do yoga, and these little goats, they crawl all over you. Yes. I haven't done it because it costs $20, and I was like, I do love baby goats, and I want to play with them, but I don't want to give you $20. I feel like you're whoring those things out. I feel like that's prostitution. And I'm not paying $20 to go to a yoga class because, quite honestly, I don't prefer yoga, like what people think of as yoga. Westernized yoga, meaning they think they're gonna just go stretch. I'll do this talk again for anybody that hasn't heard this one before. Very quick one. Yoga means to yoke, or to bind yourself physically and mentally with your spiritual self. It's literally what you're doing all day long. It's like a walking meditation. It's pranayama. It's breathing. It's all of the. It's moving, stretching. It's anything. As long as you're connected to your spirit, that's yoga. That's yoga. I'm yogaing right now. But like to just sit there and posture yourself in a way and do all that, not for me. Will I do that? Oh, of course. I like to stretch sometimes. I like to do things and do all sorts of calisthenics and sports and get loose and flop around, get loose, you know? But that's like a thing. You know, people especially Western people. You know these chicks, they put yoga pants on? Every pants you wear are yoga pants. But they get their tight ass yoga pants on. And of course, yoga pants are fucking sexy. Let's just be honest. Especially when they're in shape like that. But then they go and they bring this mat. They bring their own mat. And they go to yoga. And then they go Starbucks. And then I went to yoga on Sunday morning. Like, no, you don't. Does your teacher? And then you're like, who's your teacher? And they go, Rebecca. You call her Becca. And what does she call? What she speaks English, right? Yeah. What does she call the? Does she say the words in another language? Like, she talk about each of the chakras and use the English word for what she's talking about. So she speak what? But then you leave and then you'll never use that language ever again. You're not gonna put those yoga pants on? Yeah, I mean, and you know those yoga pants are made out of like spandex, latex, all sorts of weird shit. Like, that's not very yoga-ish. Shouldn't they be made out of like hemp or cotton? Shouldn't they be a little more flowy? Like, is it sexy that it's just form-fitting and I can see your thick ass and I can see like that you're sweating from your your vagina. Is that sexy? Yes, it is. But I don't think that's not the proper thing that you should be doing there. And that mat that you're on, I don't know. How I was at the park a few weeks ago. I was like it was a Friday. It was a Friday evening. It was like 5 o'clock. So it's happy hour. So I'm out there pounding beers, obviously, and I'm playing with the ducks. And these people, but I was wearing my tunic. I have a gold tunic. Um, and these people were doing like a Kundalini yoga. I'm like, hey, did you want to join us? I was like, it's their class or whatever. And I was like, they're like, oh no, it's free. You can come. It's all good. And I was like, oh dude. I was like, they're like, it's not gonna be a lot. We're just just come through. Just because they were just over next to the tree, and I was like, dude, I'm so drunk right now. I was like, I'd probably hurt myself doing yoga. And they just kind of laughed, like, well, anytime you want to come, just. It was funny though. Because I was sitting there drinking and doing like a couple postures and just being just doing it the way I felt, free flowing with it, right? I'm like, oh, come to this class. It's like I'm not really into clubs and stuff like that. You rode on a llama once? Goat yoga? Yeah, goat yoga. That's what's up. So I'm just going back through your D Alexandra. Uh yeah. Yeah, yoga pants. Yo, you can definitely see the peaches. Uh-huh. Fuck yoga pants. That would be kind of weird. I mean, for dudes, like I'm not against the male form. I'm not against a naked dude. Like that's you do whatever you want. But most guys, I don't think I'd want to see naked doing yoga. And there's actually there's some chicks that I'm like I'd prefer it if they kept their clothes on. I think there's a reason people should wear clothes. I think most people. I would say there's more stupid people. Most people are good looking enough. I would say there's probably 40% of people who should just never take their clothes off. They should probably shower with their clothes on. Like the never nudes. There's some people like that. There's more stupid people than are the ugly people make it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's kind of weird because I mean, especially like if you're in some weird position, like you're nuts. I mean, especially if you're old. If you're older, like if you're like old dude with like low hanging balls, like that might, that could get tangled up. If you get in a weird position, maybe get your balls around your neck. You could hurt yourself. And old ladies like with like loose labias, like they have like a wizard sleeve falling out of their. They could step on it. I don't know. They just keep that up in there. I don't know. The crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Oh no shit. That's what mosquitoes are for. Thank you, Afro Man. Uh, yeah, some people though. Yo, have you know about never nudes? They'll wear like they wear like jean shorts under their jeans. I don't know that they're never nude, but I mean that was try to be as not nude as possible. Well, that's the interesting transition in culture. Like it's culturally defined. If you go to tribal things, some tribes they like titties being out is not. That's just part of the form. Most cultures will cover up their their testicles At least their dick and vagina, they'll cover that up. And I think that's more out of hygiene. I think that's what that is. I can't be sure because I don't speak their language, but it doesn't seem like because it's a sexual object, because they don't like for me. I look at the whole body as a sexual erogenous zone. The brain, which is making most of that happen, hands, fingertips. I mean, I'll lick your hair if you can feel it. Is that weird? No, there's nothing weird about it. Especially, my favorite thing is I like to put my fingers in a nappy headed black girl's hair. It just it's perfect. And then like massage their scalp. Oh, it's the best. And they kind of like it too. Because here's why it's especially erotic, because you don't touch a black girl's hair. That's a no. You ever see this? You ever see a stupid white chick look at a chick that has like an afro, like a blowout or something? Like, oh my god, can I touch your hair? And the black girl is like, bitch, are you kidding me? Like, do you want to get knocked the fuck out? Like for me, if somebody says, "Oh my god, can I stroke your beard? Can I pet your hair?" I'm like, yeah, of course you can. But only because I already understand what this is energetically. So where are we at here? Let's see. Uh-oh. So yeah, mosquito thing I didn't know. That was always a question I had. Question about the mosquitoes. I always kind of figured mosquitoes can go fuck themselves, but Afro, have I ever been with a Chinese black girl? Are you asking me? Come on now. Hey, Afro man, just before you ask a question like that, just look at me. What do you think? Go with your best guess. I'm not gonna tell you of all my exploits, but you probably would be. You'd probably just go. You just probably just go. Yeah, probably. I'm trying to think about it if I have actually. Specifically, yeah, I mean certainly. But like a full on, like a Blasian, like a black and Asian, like I mean some of them I didn't ask what else they were, but they definitely had like a little bit slanty eyes. Their skin, they were not exceptionally melanated, but they were melanated. Yeah, I mean they weren't like, yeah, and their hair is a little different. I mean that's pretty much. I mean if I could find myself I don't know, black and Asian chick with red hair, pretty much that'd be what's up. I don't know why she needs to have red hair, but although I will tell you something, and I just don't know what to do about it, because I've never had her look at me, but I wonder what would happen if she did. There's a girl that works down the street, and do you know who she looks? She looks like, who is that chick Kanye was? Was it Kanye with the short haired chick, like shaved head, fat ass, like fake everything, but this chick is not fake, but she looks a lot like her. You know what I'm talking about? Blonde hair, shaved head. That chick, years ago, before Kim or whatever. I don't know how that she looks just like her. And I've seen her because she works at a restaurant, and I walked by and I was like, oh my god. Like she's like black and Asian and light skinned though. She's out of my league if I'm sober. To put it that way. If I had a couple drinks in me, I would definitely try to spit game. I'll say some dumb shit. I'll just be like, yo, what's up? Can this be a thing or something? I mean, I think it'd be a good idea. That's what I would do. And I was asking everybody here the other day, because it's been such a long time that I don't know. I don't know if I should just settle. Like, at this point, it's like, is it easier to, does anybody know? Is it easier to get laid now? Or is it more difficult? Because everybody's like kind of, I think it's exceptionally more difficult. Because before, I didn't have to think about it. Now it's like everybody's so standoffish, you can barely even like if a chick wears a mask all the time, like, I'm like, if she wears a mask, she's like, are you gonna let me go raw dog on you? Like, you're wearing a mask, but you're gonna let me just, I don't know. Can this be a thing? You want a Samoan? You want a Samoan? The super champion. You want a big, like, kind of like, just like a healthy, thick Samoan woman? Can this be a thing? Oh yeah, that's exactly what I would say too. I'm like, I don't even know how to hit on women. You are beautiful. Can we work on this? Can we see if this is anything? I'm really good at stuff. That would be about my size of my game. But no, for me, recently, I've actually talked to a few chicks recently, a few, and all of them, it was difficult. Not talking to them, but like convincing them to let me do stuff with them. It didn't happen. Never had a problem ever in my life up until this whole bullshit. It's like they're like, oh, there's like that distance. They not only have a social distance, they have a physical distance, and then like, can I get your number? And then you get the number, and then it's like, okay, what do you want to? Because how do we used to do this? I don't even remember. Are there going to be any little Zens running around Divine? I've always said to people, like, I'm sure there are somewhere. I don't think so. I mean, I would have known so, but I don't think so. I don't think I'll ever do that. No. I think there was a long time ago. There was a couple of people I was listening to, and I think it'd be in the best interest of this human experience to not do that. I wouldn't want, like, right now, as the state of the world is, there's nothing that would encourage me to have a kid to bring up in this fucking fuck show. This shit show of, like, if the world is continuing on the way it is with people, the whole shit, no, that would be rude. That'd be rude to do, I think. But for years, I don't know how many you know what, how many times, does this ever happen to you? You ever out with a chick in public and somebody, like some older woman or some old dude or something, will look at you and be like, so do you guys have any kids or what? Like, and be like, nah, no, we're not gonna say, like, oh, you owe it to the world. You're both so beautiful and so intelligent, da da da. And we just would laugh and like I get that. I get that my kids would be awesome. They'd be like fucking, obviously they'd be super good looking and wildly intelligent, and but really, in this economic climate, in this world right now, I don't see it. It doesn't make a lot of sense. If things changed, here's how I've put it to people before. If this was 2 years ago, before all of this stupid bullshit, and I had a lot of money, I would have, if I was independently wealthy from an earlier age, I would probably never not, how would you put it, blow loads into every chick that I was with. If I could afford to, if I was like, hey, listen, if this is a thing, and you know, you pop something out like, I'm happy to be father figure, but I can't be there every day, and this is how my life works. You know, I mean, how many times is a chick be like, oh, if I can just come inside of me, you know, I'm like, ah, I can't do that. And sorry, I mean, I know, but can't do it. I don't know. But if I had a lot of money, I would have definitely, because then I would just be like, all right, kids taken care of, I can be there. Like, you know, here's a surrogate father figure. Because let's be honest, I don't, you know, is that woman really gonna wanna be with me in 20 years, let alone 10 years? Just me and you, just this, we're doing the fuck and nobody else, and you're not gonna ever, come on, don't play with me. You see these old people, you're like, look at they're 80, they're happy, they had a whole marriage and they're together. I'm like, you're telling me neither one of those cheated on each other, and you know everything that's going on in a relationship? Bullshit. 50% of people get divorced, and then there's a whole other group of people. So if you say half of marriages end up in divorce, then what is the other half doing? Did they just not get a divorce? You think that was like some magical experience? I mean, not saying that being with one person is a bad idea. I think monogamy works for some people, and I think polygamy works for some people. It's kind of like the omnivore's dilemma, huh? Divine, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, also, here's the thing: is I don't run around in circles of rich people. Sometimes I've hung out with rich people, but it's like if there's a rich woman and she was like had money. I was like, you got the money. I'd happily throw seed in them. uh, I don't red pill. Purple, green. Purple and green is my colors. Always has been. Royalty, gold, purple, and green. Those are my colors. That's my business. That's me. But I don't get the reference. What do you mean red pill? Like because like you know because there's the blue pill people and the red pill. I know it's a reference to Neo, but which one's which? Just the red pill is if you take the red pill, I'm gonna show you the insanity, and the blue pill is you just go back to life the way it was. Like if someone were to offer me the red and blue pill, I'd either take both of them or I'd ask them if they had something else. You can't just force my hand on a blue or red one. Like I will, I'll have no such thing. What's the other one? What if you take both? I would just eat both of them. Well, if you eat both of them, that's like your brain might explode. Okay. I mean, any way you look at it. I guess I'm gonna sit here longer with you guys because why the fuck not? Finlandia, yo. Fucking 175. I told you about this the other day. It's got the deer on it. It's a really, really good bottle. I'll show you how good it is. Just watch. It doesn't make me do the thing with my face. Like sometimes you drink alcohol and you just gotta screw face it. No, it's really clean. It's really clear. And this has lasted me for over like almost 2 weeks now. See? You've all seen me take a bottle to the head. But no, this has been lasting me. I told you, change my habits up. Yeah, what else? Children, state of the world, the general state of zombies, and okay, can we get back into can we talk about the reset, the reset of the system, the economy, the whole because it seems inevitable in some way. In my in my version of reality, as this whole system that's happening out here is getting changed over from whatever the hell's going on to like some digital system, currency, and everything. I see it happening in a good way, and I see that there'll be a lot of people that will have a lot of money. It's going to go into smart people's hands, and they will give me money. That's what I see. Because I don't necessarily. I've already planted all the seeds in the right places. That's the way I see it. But the reset is going to happen. Like it's happening. I don't know how anybody can't just notice what's occurring. Like we've gone through. They're giving you the clues to what's going on, and it's like everything just gets altered. It's not everybody's so like not okay with advancement or change, or it's like, oh, the evils of the new world order and the one world government, all that. I've already plainly, explicitly made it exceptionally clear that I am all for a one world government, without question. How ignorant would you have to be to believe it's a good idea to have towns and cities and states and countries and flags and wars and land this and this is mine? That's how ignorant would you have to be to want that? Wouldn't you rather have an open source economy, a resource based economy, open borders? There is no borders, because like who wouldn't want that? It's going to happen anyway. You can look at it and say that's all evil. We don't want that. We don't want your new world order. We don't want your one world. I mean, the worst parts of it are obvious, but the good parts of it, people dismiss. They dismiss the good part of it, and there's a lot of good parts to it. I'm all for it, because really, like, what other choices does the world have? If we believe in evolution, if we believe in the goodness of human species, humankind, if we believe in all of that evolving consciousness and freedoms and wealth and equanimity, then you'd have to believe in bringing the lowest up. Some of the people will get washed away. It's going to happen. It's not there's nothing we can do to help the crackhead. The crackhead is going to be a crackhead. The only way to get a crackhead out of the fucking gutter, you'd have to you'd have to fix the whole system, and you can't fix the entire system. It's a moving ship. You're replacing parts as you're moving. There's going to be some major overhauls, but the crackhead's still going to be addicted to crack. But the reason they're addicted to crack is because early life trauma, post-traumatic stress disorders, the addiction. They're not going to just like escape that. Why are they addicted? What do they need? Do they need money? Well, they need food, they need shelter, and they need camaraderie and hugs. Are they going to just get that immediately? it's a social issue. It's not really an economic issue. Everything is time is money. No, time is art. Time is art. It's a whole different philosophy and process. The Mayans believed in a time based upon the human body. It's called 1320 time, because you have 13 major articulation points in the human body and 20 of your phalanges, fingers and toes, and 13 major ankles, knees, hips, right? Shoulders, elbows, wrists, that's 12, and your neck, 13. 1320 is the human body, and that's the time. 13 for the moon, see? But we live in 1260. 12 hours in a day, 60 minutes in an hour. 1320, not 1260. It's a time rate. And in one, time equals money. But in reality, time equals art. It's a different type of currency. Yeah. Exactly. Super champion. Yeah. I don't I don't doubt it. So speaking of the reset, motherfucker, I have it written right there. Okay, you don't think I knew this shit was happening a long time ago? There's the power button. There's the reset button. Reset the fucking game. Start over. Why not? We still not. Now you know how to play the game. And who would win at it? I would, and you would too. Everybody wins there. You're just playing a game, huh? The system doesn't give a shit. The system is like, do you think a checkers board and a chess board and a Monopoly game, do you think that game cares who is the banker, who makes the money, who's slot shoots and ladders, and do you think the game cares? No, it doesn't. Nobody really cares because nobody is running the system. They're participating in it. They could give two fucks. Nobody's out there going like, we've got to, and especially as the economy goes to digital currency and crypto and all this shit. It doesn't. It's just a new way of exchanging energy and information. And I'm excited about it because I have a shit fuck ton of information. So if I am information technology, if I'm IT, I have a huge bandwidth of I have a large I like people want to type some shit into the computer and figure it out, but you have 6,000 web pages to go through that might give you different types of information that all contradict each other. You just come to me, I'm IT. I already know. Who do I ask? That one right there. What does it cost? Oh, how much you got? Put it in my bank account. What do you want to know? Won't steer you wrong. That's what I bring to the new world. Why wouldn't I? I've been doing it anyways. I've been doing this shit for goddamn free for a long time. Yes, do I get some good gifts and do I get love and energy from people? Certainly. But in the future, oh, I'm worth $369 trillion. You know, if people's we are strong, healthy, wealthy, and free. This is correct. In the future, as things get balanced out, the people that have, as we said at the beginning video, we were talking about people's value and what do they bring in the real world. How much is everybody really worth? If we just go, okay, we can unanimously say that $100,000 a year, which would be about what was that $8,000, $8,250 a month. Is that what that is? Not very good at math anymore, but that's almost that, right? $8,000 a month. It's $2,000 a week. Most people could just do fucking perfectly fine in American dollars. You would be more than $100,000. You'd be compensated. Could everybody have $100,000? Yes, but in the real world, if right now $100,000 is that, are certain people worth $100,000? No, certain people should only be paid maybe 50 or 60. But then there's people that are outliers on either side that bring more to the table. And in a world where $100,000 is a good income, I'm worth $369 trillion. Is that an overestimate? I don't think so. How much would I accept? I'd take a couple billion. That'd be enough. I don't need much. The fact that there are people that have a lot of money that are conniving, like they're just they're you know what I'm talking about. Those people like you're just like what? Like all they do is deal with numbers and like these, but we'll make more. I don't get it. I don't get it. But I would trade me in for any one of them. Let me ask you a question. Would you trade in Bill Gates for me? If I could take his position as whatever he's doing with all that money, Do you think I'd be so ridiculous that I would have all that money, power, and control of things, and I'd be like, all of you need to die. You should take this thing. I don't know what it is, but it'll make, and I can prosper, and you'll become my slave. Would I do that? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure. I mean, it would be a good try. You could try. Could it be any worse? Could it be any worse than that fucking guy? Honestly. 420. So 420 trillion. Okay, well I'll stick to my 360. Somebody already made a check out to me for $369 trillion. I'm not kidding you. I think because I threw down I threw the pipe down pretty good, and I was talking, and I was like, I was like, you want to pay me for that? She's like, yes. She literally had a checkbook, and she's like, how much? I was like, $369 trillion. She wrote a check and handed it to me. I'm like, obviously, I cannot cash this. It's not gonna be. You're not gonna have those funds in there, are you? But it's still funny though. I mean, at what point? Let's get farther into this reset and money too. At what point? At what point does anybody in here think that income and money and currency? At what point would it become a problem? You know what I mean? Like it would become more than it's worth having. Like there's a tipping point. There has to be. Like for me, I think my tipping point would probably be $1 million a year. That would probably be a tipping point because at $1 million a year, I could do literally anything I wanted. I could tell you what I would do. With $1 million a year, I would hire somebody at $50,000 to $100,000 a year to just be my secretary. You know, I would send them to school for anything they wanted. They'd be like an indentured servant, honestly. I'm like, what do you want to know? You can learn from me, and you can go to school. I need you for this many hours a day. I want you to learn how to massage. I need a massage from you probably every day, and I need you to just like chauffeur me around because I don't like driving. I just don't. I mean, I prefer it sometimes. You want to learn how to fly? Go learn how to fly a helicopter. I'll go buy a helicopter. You know what I'm saying? That's just what would happen. There would be just little things that I would have a bunch of residences. They'd be all small. I wouldn't buy a big house anyway. All about this size, and they'd be all over the world. That's what I would do. I would be able to just go there, and whenever I'm not there, I'd let anybody that needs it use it, and it's straight up that way. But you know, would I own a yacht? Probably not. Would I rent a boat or buy a boat at some of my exotic locations? Yeah, probably. Or just rent it for the day. I don't know. Probably wouldn't want to own much. You know, it'd be more like it would be like leasing and renting things because I don't. It'd be too much of a burden to have physical objects everywhere. Just here, just a little. I just need it for a little while. I mean, what do you really need? How many things have you ever had in your life that you've kept for an entire lifetime? And that is what they mean when they say you'll own nothing and you'll be happy to not own anything. Most people that don't have a lot are pretty happy. There's less burdens. Having energy and having money is nice, but having a bunch of items, like you know what sucks? Whenever I move, like sometimes I move. I like new places. The worst part is objects, and I gotta pack these things and put them somewhere else. I don't like having to do it. Could I pay somebody to do it? Yeah, but if I had the money, I would just all right. Cool. You guys can box this shit up and we'll go somewhere else. I don't know, but I'd have smaller spaces in many places. Yeah, divine. A better system that is a better currency that is, yes, it has to be somehow relevant to I don't know how you'd be able to qualify it or quantify it, but it's like, do you know people, like there's some people that went to school and they paid for the education. They paid $100,000 a year, right? So shouldn't they have $100,000 worth of income, because now their brain should have $100,000 worth of information? It, they should, but they don't. Some people have more and some people have less. There should be some sort of, like, it's like this. Who who really has who has value? You tell me that, remember how, like, when you were a kid, if someone was a garbage man, you'd be like, oh, your father's a garbage man. Do you know how valuable garbage men are? If they don't exist, what are you doing with your trash? What are you doing? You live in a trash heap. You better be thankful they exist. There's a lot of value in things that, like, a car salesman. Why does a car salesman make $100,000 a year, but a garbage man? I mean, now they make more money, but there was a time they didn't make a lot. They made, I mean, $20 an hour or something, you know. But a car salesman makes more. Who's more valuable to society? It's not even a question. Car salesman can, like, you know, lick the doo-doo off my butthole after I take a shit while I'm taking a shit. I don't give a fuck. Did I sell cars? Yes, I have. But what's more important, car salesman or garbage man? Garbage man. Who's more important? Like, I mean, what kind of teacher is more important? Like, in the education system, or somebody that just a random. There's a lot of people that are just random people that have more information that can help you with so many things. They're undervalued. Really, is the entertainment business of bouncing a ball and throwing it into a hoop really worth millions and millions of dollars? If the market demands that, but if money was different, would people still go watch extremely athletic people do things? Yes. Yes, it could exist the same way, but value-wise, who has more value? It's tough. Garbage man or LeBron James? You think that's a joke, and it's not. That's an that's a serious fact. Who is doing more for your life? It's not even a question. The garbage man. Hey, I get the value of entertainment, sports, actors. I've said this 1,000 times. People are like, oh, fucking Hollywood, oh, they're all fucking. Think what you want. I would go to bat for Hollywood. I don't. You don't know their fucking lives, man. And you know what? You've watched the movies, and they're teaching you something. Some of the movies suck. Some of them are bad actors, and some of them are pieces of shit as humans. But you know what? I know pieces of shit humans are just walking down the street right now. The same kind of piece of shit that'd be like, everybody's in Hollywood's a transvestite. Like, were you gonna blame them for when they were a kid that their parents cross-dressed them? Like, maybe you should figure out what the society as a totality. Our entire society is sick. Hollywood is just a magnifying glass on society. Super champion, exactly. Ownership is baggage. How much baggage do you really want? Hey, I personally prefer having a book bag. I like having a book bag. There are certain things that I like having. I like to have my bottle of water. I like to have a couple beers in there. I like to have my speakers so I can listen to music. There's things that I like, but it could fit in a backpack. It's nice. And it's also nice because it gives me something to carry. It keeps my shoulders up. I get a little exercise. Great stuff. But, like, how much shit does people really need? How much does people really want? Like, I look around here sometimes and I'm like, I have too much stuff. But you've all seen my apartment. It's literally a studio. I have my bed's right there, my couch is right here, my kitchen's right there. That's what I got. Do I have a lot of things? Yeah, I got little nooks and crannies and stuff, but most everything I have in here has a purpose and a use. Like, am I reading those books right now? No, but I do pick those books up occasionally because people have a question for me, and if I can't access it right here, I can read the passage. Do I use the tuning forks every day? No. But do people sometimes come over and need healing and want me to pull out tuning forks? Yes, I have tuning forks. Do I have singing bowls that I use? Yes, I do. Do I use them every day? No. Do I have a copper container right there? Yes, I do. Do I drink out of it? Sometimes. Do I keep do I keep all sorts of crystals and things in there? Yes. Is there a purpose to it? Oh, of course there is. Do I have 20 pairs of sunglasses and 22 hats? No, I think I have 13 pairs of sunglasses and 18 hats. Can I wear them all at once? No. But do I like a place for those? Do I want to borrow someone's hat? No, that's kind of weird. Do I want to borrow someone's underwear? No. What would I dress? Would I dress differently? I'd probably wear. I like what I wear. I'd probably wear more tunics. I'd probably wear more kimonos. You know, probably dress differently. But ownership of things, man. Like even this piece of artwork and that one over there. It fills up the space and makes it comfortable. It makes it very home like. If somebody really wanted that, I'm like, you can have that. It's pretty decent, but it looks good in there. It's cozy. Does anybody really want to just live in a white room? That's where we came out of. The white room or the black. The white room is kind of, then you start to in the Matrix when he's in the, and then all of a sudden Morpheus is sitting there, and then all of the information, and then they start to you start in a white room, and then you design outside of that. It's a blank slate of your brain. But look at all this cool stuff. Calum Smith, you wouldn't be keen on the austere living conditions. You're gonna buy new shoes? I actually do need some new sandals. Hey, if anybody in here is so gracious and giving, you want to donate to me, I need to score a few bucks. To pay rent because I haven't recently. Not a lot of donations coming in the door. I'm spending more than I'm gaining, but that will change very soon. But I do need a new pair of shoes. So Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. And I'm not gonna buy the expensive ones. I probably have $40 for a good pair of sandals that will last me 2 years. That's a good value right there. Um, Austere living conditions. What does that word mean? You wouldn't be keen on austere living conditions. I have to place a word. Does that mean you wouldn't be keen on good living conditions or bad living conditions? I thought austere meant good, like something that is I don't know, almost auspicious or cozy. That's not what austere means. Austere, I thought, was kind of like a classy goodness, aesthetically pleasing. That's not austere. I'm gonna need oh, stern and cold. Oh, okay, that's what austere means. Oh, okay. See, I always thought of austere as someone that is like upstanding, very orderly and correct. Okay, I get it. So yeah, I wouldn't be either. If it means that, no. I like I like aesthetically pleasing to my eyes and to the touch, you know? What divine? Have you ever owed someone money? Giving a little scope for pleasure. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, actually actually it was funny because I didn't owe someone money, but they came at me like I did owe them money. I went out with someone and they said, last time we hung out, I did. I paid for everything. I was like, dude, I got some money today. Like, I got it. Paid for everything for the day. Last time I go out, he goes, don't worry about it. I got everything today. We go out and then calls me the next day. He's like, dude. Well, here's what happened. So we're out and he goes, hey, can you get this last picture of beer? I was like, okay. So I hand him one of my cards to get beer because I know how much money's on this one card. And he comes back, he goes, dude, there's no money on your card. And he got pissed at me. Which was frustrating because he's like, they didn't take your card. And then I look at my thing, I look at my phone, and it's like, he tried to pay for everything we did on my card. He tried to pay for the day that we were bowling and this. He tried to pay for everything on my card. I was like, he already said he was going to pay for everything. He wanted me to take care of a picture of beer, which I had enough money for. I did not have enough money for the other thing because I would have given him a different card or cash. I had enough cash. And next day he's like, hey, can I, I was like, he's like, dude, I dropped like X amount of dollars last night. Can I get, I was like, how much do you want, dude? I was like, whatever. So I gave him some money. But like he said, he spent like a lot more than I was like, there's no way you spent that much. But if you did, that's retarded. And yeah, and so he came at me all fucking crooked. Like it was funny because last couple times I hung out with him, I was like, I had an awesome time. At the end of the night, and he's like, it just fucking ends up being like a waste of skin. Yeah. So yeah, and I was like, when he said, can I help? I was like, which is funny because it was literally after him talking about like dropping all this money to get a new engine in his car. He got money from crypto and I'm like, you already said you pay for it, and I wow, what? Yeah, whatever. Yeah. So okay. So in the real world, why um, that wouldn't happen? There wouldn't be. Think of the real world. There'd be no pressure from finances for friendship. Let's talk about that. Financial considerations in friendship and in relationships of any regard. How much prostitution could really exist? Okay, people still are gonna like to fuck, and there'll still be people that are promiscuous, right? But if it wasn't for the leveraging, like you ever see chicks that are just super dope, fine, good looking to the eye, just, and you're like, what do you do? And they're like, I don't know. And he's got his guys like, I got a business and I drive a fucking this and I got this and dude, great. Like I get it, but that wouldn't happen that way. You'd see she would have less value, and she wouldn't need to have, like, she would have to develop some sort of personality, right? Because usually these fine chicks, they don't have a personality. They're just like, might as well just be, fucking a rubber doll as far as I'm concerned. There's nothing to it. Like I've often considered. You ever seen Lars and what is it called? Is it Ryan? Not Ryan Felipe. Who's in it? Ryan Gosling. Lars and the something girl. There's movies about it. The idea, like, I've considered, like, if we were in kind of like a world scenario, would I just buy a robot chick to get a busted nut off? I'm gonna worry about getting her pregnant. It's a robot. I mean, is it easier than dealing with these like chicks out here? Perhaps. I don't know. Who knows? But if everything in the organic system of a new world, there people would end up fitting in where they should. And once you get rid of the economy of the scale of economies of what has value and what doesn't, no longer would people be driving a broken Yugo or just a beat up piece of shit car. They would be driving something that was worked, and it's exactly, it gets them from A to B. You would be less impressed with someone that had a Lamborghini or a Ferrari. They would still exist because somebody was still like building them. There's something pleasing about that, but not everybody would want that. You know, it would start to balance out like what actually has. Is there an essence? People without a personality would have to develop one. Things would just it would look a lot. I don't know. Just wouldn't. Certain dudes wouldn't be with certain chicks. Prostitution would exist in a different way. I mean, because if there's like what, like now if you're making money to do something, you're like, well, I'm doing it because it's paying for college. It's paying to. You'd be like, oh, you're just a whore. You're just a slut. You're promiscuous, which is, all those words are fine if you want to be. And that would be, so you're just the town bicycle, which is fine. And people would accept it as such. But, then would she have to change her value system? Does she want to live that life? Does she want to just be that? Does a dude, I mean, what? People would, yeah. What does a tribal situation look like? There's some cults and cultures, things are barter. It's like a village to raise a child. So it depends on where you live. It's all culture created based upon finances. Is money the root of all evil? It's a tough one. Money is not the root of evil, because money is a tool and an energy exchange system. However, the fact that what we have is interest, inflation, and income tax, and there's a leveraging system, that instrument of taxation, income tax, and inflation to cause some people to have more and some people to have less, that is where the problem resides. It's not the fact that I have $1 and you have $1 and I did this and you did this and there's an equal exchange. It's that there's an unequal exchange rate. That's been the issue. Hey, Kaylin, Merriam-Webster. Yeah, I did a video a long time ago. Who's Merriam and who's Webster? Hold on. Oh, it's usually two. I don't have a second one. Who's Merriam and who's Webster? And in fact, I used to have some cool dictionaries. I used to have one from 1937. Go find a pre 1942 dictionary. It'll probably cost you about $100, and they're probably about this big, about that thick, and they'll probably be brown, and it'll smell like an old book. And what you'll do is when you open it up and you start looking at the words and the definition, you'll see that it doesn't link up with the dictionaries we have today. So the book burnings of Alexandria, still exist. It's still occurring. It happened in the United States. They literally burnt dictionaries. They got rid of dictionaries and replaced the dictionaries with new ones and replaced the definitions of words. So the words you think you know that you say today were completely different from the. So when they talk about the Tower of Babel and the gods coming down and confusing the tongue of men, that's literally been, it's an ongoing thing, and it's happened even so. You have you think you're speaking English, but if you speak English while in the North versus the South versus slang versus Black's Law versus legalese versus proper English versus talk to an Englishman, talk to, you have multiple languages, right? It's the same. You think it's the same thing, and it's not. And then if you really to get to the source of what the word means, we're speaking many different languages. So it's like sometimes when I'm saying something like, why do you over-explain everything? He goes, Zen, why do you over-explain everything? I was like, because you don't understand what you're saying. Like, you're saying something that doesn't mean what it actually means. And they're like, but that's common usage. Common usage is fucking stupid. Just because you commonly say, look at that fat piece of shit. I'm like, that's not a fat piece of shit. That's what are you talking about? That's totally not that. Like, it's as a joke, you get up a common usage of things, has ruined a lot. But common usage came because there was an alteration of what things meant. It's they changed the lexicon. Exactly, Kaylin. Yeah, they changed the. But by changing the definition, if I say, okay, can you change a number? Can you change what 2 of something is? No. You can't really, can you? I mean, 2 is 2, right? It's that and that, right? But if I just say, what does the word black mean? Do you know we could probably talk for an hour on what the word black means. Haha, what's the new speak about, Yeah. Orwell, 84, all that shit. See, you would say black means a color. I'd say, well, no. What color does it mean? Well, then you point to something. I was like, actually, it doesn't. And you're like, are you referring to the color of, or are you talking about bleach? Because that's the root word for black. And then we'd have to get into all that. And then we'd be like, whoa. Like, well, what was there transliteration, transmutation, alteration of language? Why does it mean the opposite of what we think it means? But nobody thinks it means that. And like, is there such a thing? Have you ever seen something that's what it? And furthermore, like, speaking of language, and this is my favorite is Carlin's bit on the words you can't say. Like, why not? Like, if I put together sounds from my mouth to create whatever this is, why if I say f-uck, that you'd be like, what? But if I just say fuck, you'd be like, whoa, that's a foul word. According to who? In what language? Where? I think that's why I like the word cunt. Because if you call someone a cunt in the United States, probably not going to get a very good response. If you call someone a cunt in, I don't know, Britain, maybe Ireland, Australia, obviously, they could probably wake up in the morning on their little TV news broadcast and say cunt, like, oh, this cunt over here, and everybody know that means, like, if somebody says, hey, what's up, friend, you'd know that's an insult. I thought friend meant your friend. And I thought cunt meant like, don't say that word. See? Well, what's Galen? Which one's a sacred word? Sacrum, sacred, secret. Sacrum, sacred, and secret are the same word. Every word is sacred. What is the name of God? It's whatever the fuck I say it is, cunt. I mean, what about Yanni? The Yanni. Which is funny because the word, there's a guy that used to play music. His name was Yanni, right? But that was before anybody knew, at least in the Americas, that the word Yoni means vagina. But he plays that was Yanni, right? See? See? Speaking of Yassi, do you guys want to go see me pee-pee? I mean, not actually look at my, like, I just come with me. That's all I'm saying. I have to pee. Don't stare me in the eyes when I'm peeing. So you can listen. And you're like, why are you in the kitchen? Because I piss into the sink. That's why. Why would I piss? Like, I would piss into a glass or the sink. I don't piss into the toilet too often. I feel like it's wasteful. Why am I gonna flush 2 gallons of water down the toilet when I can just piss in the sink and run a little bit of water in here? Or piss in a cup and drink it. But that's just weird and gross. And there it is. Done. PB time. Ugh. Well, welcome back. Super Champion, Tower of Babel turned into Game of Scrabble. Interesting. Yeah, I guess it did, didn't it? You know what? I don't. Funny enough, you would think that I'd be very good at Scrabble. Maybe now I would be, but I don't think I ever won at Scrabble. I played a lot. I mean, who didn't play Scrabble? It's like saying, if you didn't play Scrabble or Monopoly, like, what's wrong with you? I know people that didn't play chess because they weren't that sophisticated, but everybody played Scrabble and Monopoly. You would just figure, like, you have a command of the English language, you should know some shit. Never won at that game. And it was funny because I probably most of the time lost to stupid people. So in case you haven't noticed, I'm just trying to talk myself to sleep, and it's not working. I do want to take a longer nap because I only slept for like 4 hours, and then you ever just wake up and you're just like, why am I awake right now? Yeah, I was like, why? And then you have to piss, so you get out of bed, and you go piss. And then you got to pay attention not to stub your toe on something, because that might happen. And you don't want to turn a light on, because if you turn a light on, you'd be too awake. So like the whole thing you got to do there. And then after you piss, you're kind of like, now I'm here. It's kind of like, sometimes I'm just like, should I just piss in the bed right now? You know what I mean? Have I done that? No, never. Obviously, that's retarded. Have I considered it? Oh, without question. If you never just woke up and having to piss and just go, fuck, I don't want to have to go piss right now. I should just piss, right? I should just piss in my bed. If you've never thought that, there's something wrong with you, I think. Eat some tea. Do you want me to do that for real? Okay. And Super Champion, I know that you know that I know that you know that what I'm going to do right now. I'm not gonna make tea because that'll be. I already have some. Let's see, vodka. I mean, I have to look that up, but I think you can extract it in vodka. I just don't know if it would destroy anything, and I did a little research the other day, but. Mm-hmm. Oh, that was funny. as, as soon as I did, mm, tasty. Eat some tea. Eat some tea leaves. That's what I'm doing. I don't know. Some people get a stomach ache from that. I don't. I mean, I did the other day a little bit. Most of the time, it doesn't bother me. And I don't get it. I don't get what people don't like about the taste of it. I it's like there's some bitter things that people don't like. And speaking of, oh, somebody told me to get chocolate, and I got chocolate and I left it in my bag. That's so funny because I was just thinking about covered chocolate covered mushrooms. Well, at least I have chocolate now. Kaylin Smith, do I smoke other herbs besides tobacco or yeah? In fact, I have a bunch of recipes. I don't know if you guys still have Instagram. It doesn't work anymore on my side. I can't. It won't load on my phone. Fuck. I reloaded it. It just doesn't work. Maybe the system's down, or maybe it's just my shit. I don't fucking know. But anyways, on there is a couple recipes for other herbs. So yeah, I'm very familiar with herbs. I probably have 100 and some different herbs. I've shown my collection of herbs before. Anyways, you would here's how to mix it. You mix the mother and the father. That's the weed and the tobacco. And then you take something beneath the ground, something above the ground, and something in the air. So you would take a flower, a leaf plant, down here, and then you take a root. And you can do by any multiplicity. I would do more, but one of each. And then you mix that with the those two. Like I like sage. I like a lot. Cinnamon is a good mixer. There's a couple of roots they're good. Yeah, there's a lot of different things, but I definitely prefer sage and a mint or something. That's really good. And funny enough, like I mean, I obviously I probably too come across to people like a pothead, like I'm like a you're fucking long-haired, bearded hippie. You smoke weed. No, I don't even smoke that much weed. Nope. I mean, I do, but it's not like I don't know the last time I bought it. I mean, well, I've bought some a couple times recently, but like other than that, like I don't really. Uh-uh. If I find it, I find it. That's just kind of how it is. It's pretty much with everything, except for beer. uh, oh, there we go. Can't tell if that was the first onset of. I don't know if that's me being tired or the other thing kicking in, because it does affect me pretty quickly. I might have to turn some music on. Where is my remote control? Where have I done with you? Oh, one second, What's funny? What's funny is I cannot tell if um my wobbliness, because you'd be like, no, there's no way it hits you that quick, but it does. I don't know if it's from the alcohol, but my feet do feel a little marshmallowy right now. Come on now. Oh, Kalen. When he said tea leaves, he wasn't talking about tea. Um, because right there, I see in the corner in my room right here, it says EAT. So sometimes, like somebody was playing with that. Sometimes it says tea, and sometimes I say it says eat. But it was a reference to mushrooms. That's why I said mushrooms a couple times. It wasn't actually because they make mushroom tea, and that's what he was saying. So yes, not tea leaves. Ah, yeah, yeah. It's like it's like four, and it's like what 5 in the morning. I don't know where are you from, Kaylin? Yeah, it's 4:30. Where are you from? I gotta fix my TV. It's uh, it's on a pivot over here. Oh, nice. Everything worked as it should. New Zealand. So you over there like is it proper to call somebody from New Zealand Aussie as well or no? Because I know because I haven't seen him in a little bit. What the hell is his name? You know who I'm talking about. Super Champion. You know who I'm talking about. What the hell is his name? He's from New Zealand. Um, I know you know who I'm talking about. And his name is just escaping me right now. Yeah, the Kiwis. Okay, so Kiwis are from New Zealand. Ki, I thought that was Australian. And then the Kiwi. I mean, it's like with the All Blacks, right? The All Blacks are from the how do you say the hookah the dance, that tribal shit before playing rugby. That's New Zealand, right? The haka. Thank you. But it's not. It wouldn't be improper if someone's from New Zealand and someone's from Australia. It's not like calling somebody from Japan Chinese. They take that insulting. Like you can't tell the difference between someone that's Chinese and somebody that's uh, Japanese. I mean, to say Asia's huge. If you're if you're from India, you're Asian. But Japanese and uh, that's a different. Is that similar? Oh, it's the same thing. Really? So what's the problem? Like, what's the problem with the people? The difference in the people? Because Australia's a huge landmass, and New Zealand's a tiny little, which is like Japan is tiny, and then China's this big thing, right? Did you guys like leave Australia? Is that your heritage? Like all you people are like, fuck Australia, I'm out of here. I'm going over there to this little island. Is that kind of what happened? Is that what happened with uh the Japanese people too? Oh, you have a friendly rivalry. Well, of course, of course. I mean, you're all proper cunts as far as I'm concerned. And yes, I will say it with a hard like I can say things with the hard R's and proper cunts. Like, why would you say it like that? Because it's funnier that way. Like, I like my favorite thing in the world. If you didn't know this, I don't know how many times you've. I think you've been in here a couple times, yeah. I don't know what you know about me, but one of my favorite things is my melanated friends. That whenever they do a white voice, it's like black dudes doing the white guy voice. You know that thing? That's one of my favorite things in the world. And so I like to do an over-exaggeratory version of a black man doing a white guy voice. You know what I mean? Because then it gets very confusing because they look at me, I'm like, well, you're white, but not really, but you're doing it that way. So I just over-exaggerate doing doing white guy talk. The birds beat him to it. Yeah. It is pretty funny. I can't do it right now because I don't know, because I'm on the spot. It's like you're like, what, you can't? I'm like, you've just been talking for 3 hours and you can't just figure out how to do that. It's like doing comedy. I would be terrible. I'd probably fucking, I don't know. A lot of people go like, dude, you should do stand up. You're fucking hilarious. And I'm like, I don't know that I could stand up and do the same. You'd have to, here's 10 minutes and here's the jokes and here's how I deliver them. I'd fail miserably. I can't tell you a joke. The only jokes I know are the stupid lame ones. You know, like, the simple fucking pirate joke. I mean, there's some that I know that are a little complex, but I don't know. I don't know how to tell a joke. It's like I make music, but I can't. I've listened to so much music, right? And I've listened to a song. I've probably listened to, you know, the music that I'm talking about. You could listen to a rock song, a hip hop song, something like, especially hip hop, and you've listened to it 100 times, maybe more, and you can't remember all the words. I don't know if that happens to you, but I can't. It's like, even like, I write poetry, I write lyrics, but unless I'm looking at the page, can I freestyle? Yes. Am I great? No, I'm all right. What? I can't, like, to deliver a joke I can't do it. It feels weird. Afro, you're gonna do the 33 days? Why? So you want to become illuminated? Yeah. Wait, how would you throw threes up like this, or how would you throw threes up? Is it that way? Do you remember the movie fucking Bastards? What was it? What's the name of it? It's called Inglorious Bastards. When he orders, they're talking about whiskey and scotch, right? And the reason that he knew the guy wasn't German, right? It's because how he held up the number 3. He said, "I'll have 3." Right? You remember he did this? He said, "I'll have 3 shots of." And during the scene, it was that he had asked about scotch and whiskey, and he didn't realize that, scotch is a form of whiskey, right? But then the further thing was he did this rather than do this. If he was just like, "I'll have 3" versus "I'll have 3," and that was another clue that he was not. And that's whenever they were in that bunker and they got that. Do you remember that? Do you remember the scene? Everyone's seen Inglorious Bastards, right? Quentin Tarantino. If you haven't, we're not friends anymore. Do you have anybody here have any favorite movies? You guys want to talk about movies? Do you want to talk about my cool headband that I'm in reverse right now? Kick it and reverse it. Well, I think I reversed it because this matched too much with that over there. I don't like to match too much. I like to dress in a very. I do like the word peculiar because it takes a lot to say. Dude, Kaylin Smith, stop it. You must know me. That is by far my favorite movie. We were talking about that the other day. And it's so funny to me because I always forget the name of the movie. Because I think about The Prestige, and then I'm like, but that's not it. No, the one with Hugh Jackman and the tree, and I watched the movie so many times. It's a fucking brilliant movie. It's so good. You didn't know that? The Fountain is my favorite. Okay, so it's The Fountain and Hero with Jet Li, and then Prestige is up there, top 10. And then There Will Be Blood. Basically anything with Daniel Day-Lewis. Dude just fucking murders, dude. And then you got like The Lebowski and Idiocracy. Yeah, but The Fountain? The Fountain? Yeah, that movie is just too well done. It's like now it's like a whole even though I've watched it so many times, now it's like when I watch it, it's a fucking event. It's like watching Hero. I need the lights off. I need to get all into my seat and turn the speakers on and just I can't just put it on. It doesn't make any sense to me. You know, there's some movies. Sometimes you're just like doing shit and you kind of like watching it and you got other shit to do. You can dick around on your phone or whatever. No, I can't do it with that one. Not with The Fountain, not with Hero. Or Ong Bak. Ong Bak is up there. Yeah. Daniel Day-Lewis, Tony Jaa, Jet Li, Jackie Chan. Yeah, Hugh Jackman though. Come on, it's huge jacked man. Come on. He's Wolver fucking he's Wolver fucking Reen. Can you say Wolver fuckerini? Fuckerino? Wolverine. Oh, for real? Oh. You gotta get on my level, dog. And also, Calum. I'm assuming Calum is a dude's name. Calum seems dude. You're a guy, right? Shanghai Nights was funny. That's one of the comedy ones, right? Yeah, was that the one with Luke Wilson? Yeah, but I mean anything Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan. He does all his own stunts. The dude's crazy. Yeah, you're a dude. How many years old are you, dude? You must be younger than me. I'm guessing. You're probably in your late 20s. Owen Wilson, not Luke Wilson. Yes, Owen. Just say the dude with the funny nose, not the good looking one. 33? 23. Yeah. It's always funny to me, like, I don't, whenever I hang out with people, I don't hang out with anybody my age. People my age don't hang out with me. It's few and far between. I usually hang out with people, honestly, at this point, almost half my age, or a lot older. Like I'll kick it with like 60-year-olds, and I'll kick it with like early 20s. There's just, I mean, yeah. Sometimes I come across people near my age, but not usually. I think it's because when people are my age, they don't look or act like I do. They're not good. They're not this good looking. They're not wearing fucking Stitch T-shirts. You know what I mean? They're like, I've got a belt on and I don't know. Yeah, it's been funny. I can't tell you how many times, like I'll be out somewhere. I'm like I have to like, I mean when I meet a chick, this hadn't happened recently, but I'm like, you know I'm a lot older than you, right? And you're okay with that? Like you're in your 20s, I'm not at all even close to that. Just making sure. But you know what? That actually ended up sucking in the end, like because it just timing. It's just never gonna work out. It's so good for a little while, but there's like you have a whole life to experience, and I done already did that shit. I don't know. It's very interesting. Too many. I've had too many relationships with like really really good chicks that it just. I was like, fuck. Why am I not just a little younger, a year a little older? It would have been fine. It's really it's. I don't know. You're at 23, Caleb. You probably date chicks that are older than you. When I was in my 20s, I dated chicks that were in their 40s, 30s to 40s, and now that I date chicks in their 20s. It's weird. I think it's because at this advanced state, they're either just broken down, just damaged goods completely, or they're already taken. And I'm not really into like the. I'm not really trying to play that game where like I have relations with someone's wife, unless they're open to it. But I don't I'm not trying to be on the other end of you fucked my wife. I'm like that's your wife. That's you and your wife's thing. I didn't know. Gotta make sure. Like you have a marriage? Yeah, but it's not going anywhere. Okay, he's okay that you're fucking other people. You know what I'm saying? That's fine. People have those relationships, but nah. It's just. So who else left up in here? Apparently, there's a number of other people in here. As per usual, there's always people in the background just playing with their tits. Not knowing how to use a keyboard. Not saying hello. It's okay though. I'm not gonna. I don't know. Okay, it's interesting because sometimes like I'll be on someone's live stream, watching them, listening to them, and I don't type anything either. But it's usually because there's so many other comments. It's just gonna get lost in the shuffle. You're not dating that much. I mean, come on, in the last year. I mean, how the fuck? How the fuck are you supposed to? Shit, a date? I took a date in Ohio. That's a date in Ohio joke. It's a city in Ohio. Nah, that's one of the. That's a rim shot for you. Skull. What's that? Skull. You make me laugh every time you come here. It's a different. You've gone through the entire gambit of names, and they're always proper names. They always fit. Do you come in like, are you like, oh, fucking sun's on here and immediately, or are you like, all right, which one is it going to be today? It's going to be, let's call him hey, I'll have a drink for you. Oh, it's only because it's late that I had that response. Or is it early? I don't even know what time it is. 5 o'clock? Yeah, it's 5. Almost. I really do want to make some more music. Skull, you know that I've been making music recently on here, and I'm gonna do this when I'm talking because it's funny. But it's too early, and for you to hear the music, I have to put it on that speaker. It's gonna be too loud. See, I'm a courteous neighbor. Oh. You guys know what I'm talking about? Sometimes you get that, and sometimes you get that perfect release from pissing, or taking a shit, or burping, like spine tingly. Yeah, that was a good one. Kaylin, link my SoundCloud. I don't have one. I'm not like. Do you want to see what I do? Is it right here? It's right here. See this bitch right here? And I also have, and I just like to play, because I like knobs. I do shit. I've made a lot of music on my phone, and I have a couple other programs, but I much prefer that because I like tactile. I like tactile functions. And I have a groove box around here somewhere. It's over here. But I haven't. It's funny. I haven't had this in years. I just got it back. So yeah. And the SoundCloud thing. It just seems kind of like, I don't know, like played out or something. Like, hey, check me out on SoundCloud. Like, fuck that. Just show up. Show up and you can hear it. I'll play it on here. One of these days, I'll try to figure out a system that I can get this plugged in a little more right into there, so you guys can hear it the way I hear it. State Azur's modular synth streams. I don't know who that is. This is yeah. You familiar with this machine? Analog synth. It's pretty dope. I'm like, you can tell that it's sitting here in front of me, and I'm kind of just playing with it as I'm talking. It's not a compulsion. I have convulsions. It's not. It's like I just want to hit the buttons and play with it and make sounds. Oh, ambient. I would consider my music anything but ambient. It's not gonna. I don't think it would put you to sleep. Do I have things on here, and could I make something that is very ambient? Oh, certainly. Do I listen to a lot of music that's like, this is just some old non-copyrighted jazz background? Just, I mean, I live in New Orleans, so like jazz is just, it oozes out of every pore in the city. And I wake up and it's jazz and just whatever, man, whatever, bro. But my music is no. It's somewhere in between, like jazz, funk, hip hop, and like house music. Like club music, but not really. Like it's sometimes, but mostly hip hop-ish. It's kind of influenced by hip hop and maybe cartoons. Hip hop, cartoons, jazz, funk. I don't know. I think the last few days I've done a couple streams that were almost explicitly and completely music, and I would just go like somewhere in the middle of one of those streams. So when I'm actually like at the beginning, I'm kind of just toying around with it, trying to figure out what's going on, and then by the middle of it, I'm kind of like in, you get in that zone, you're like in there, yeah. And what's funny too is this, I used to just make loops on. But then I just learned how to play live on it, so I could just go from, I learned a couple new functions on here. It's funny. I'm gonna have to push this away from me because I'm gonna keep fiddling with the knobs. Oh man, I think the said tea that I had ate starting to kind of process itself into my system. I do much prefer to mix and blend different substances together. Don't know what it is. Oh, there's that. That's what I was looking for. Okay. We've accomplished said task. What happened? Oh, yeah. The question that you should ask yourself often is where does your mind go? Where does your brain go? Like, I mean, your brain is a physical object. Your mind is like a compendium of knowledge. Like, where does it go when you're not using it? Like, if I just sat here and I stared at this couch right here, and I considered something very simple. I get lost in it. Where does the brain go? Where's the mind end up? Is it just still there? And then other times there's like, you're like, there's like mathematical formulas, and there's this going on, there's calculations, and there's abstract, all sorts of things happening, right? And other times your brain just goes, I'm done working. That's a good place to be sometimes. Oh, back to that again. Do you get the cheeks, when your cheeks start to hurt from smiling? those are the really funny times where you're like, I just can't anymore, but you still you still smile and laugh, but your cheeks hurt. You ever have those laughing fits with someone that you just go, you have to stop because I can't breathe and my face hurts? What's up, Johnny? What you doing? Oh, I mean, yeah, who wouldn't? Hard to fall asleep. Yeah, man, I've gone through those phases. Like today, I fell asleep. I had a good 4 hours, but then I woke up. I was saying this earlier. I woke up. I had to piss, and so I was like, "Fuck it, I'll make a show," because I wasn't going back to sleep. So here I am. This is what I'm doing. But if you could just shut your brain off on command, wouldn't that be too easy? Wouldn't that be like when Alan Watts talks about if you were God and you knew everything that was going to happen, you'd always win. You'd always win you go to the casino, you win. You always, everything is going to happen exactly how you want it to, which it does. But you hit a button that said surprise me. Would you really want to be able to have so much control that you could just always shut your brain off? I mean, isn't that part of the entertainment value? Isn't that part? I mean, sometimes you go, fucking shut up, brain. Brain, what are you doing in there? I'm gonna need you to shut your fucking mouth, brain. Fuckity fuck. So Johnny, what time is it where you are? Because it's like five and change here. So, and how long has this been going on? 3 hours. I've been up since a little before 2. Well, it is Saturday or Sunday morning. Yeah, this rise, the long roundabout. Yeah, it's eventually gonna be here. Your brain is definitely gonna. It's like playing fucking. I don't know. It's playing like a roulette. Like roulette. Oh. And then finally you win. You're like, yes. Do you think most people? You think most people play roulette because eventually their number will come up? Like, do you think there are people that do this, right? Because I'm not one for gambling. I mean, there's a casino there. I mean, I've gambled before. I've gone to casinos. I've won. It's just not it's not my thing. But there are people that go there that will play the same number all day long. How many numbers are on how many numbers are on a roulette table? So you have 0, 00, and then 1 through what? I forget how many there are. 63 plus 2? Or is it 61 plus 2? 63. If I know that, that's weird, but I think it's 63 numbers. So you just sit there and you play. So if it's a $5 table, you'd have to have 5 times 60, right? You'd have to have what, $300? Maybe like $400. You'd have to walk in there with $400, and every once in a while you win, and you go, yes. Is it for that? Is that what they do that for? I mean, because you could go in there a couple times and not win and be like, fuck. And you could go in there a couple times and be like, win twice, 3 times. Be like, whoa. Is that what they do it for? I don't know. I gamble like $5 here and there, or a beer. I gamble a beer basically. I like to play a skill game for something insignificant. Because to play a chance game for significance, I don't like it. I'm not like it. I'll play you in pool. I'll play you in something that there is some sort of possibility of me winning or me losing, or you winning or you losing. You know what I mean? Not who the fuck knows. And also, I can't play for a lot. Yeah. You think the lottery? You know what's funny? I don't mind playing the lottery. I don't mind getting a scratch off ticket. I often buy scratch off tickets and then give them away. But when I give them away, I say, hey, if you win, just remember I gave that to you and share that with me. But that's like, I'm like, I have $1 here that could be worth $7,000, and I just hand it to somebody. I go, just remember. In the lottery, it's like kind of like, if you say you go to like an off track betting for like horses, or go to a horse track, or go to a bar kind of bowling alley type joint, and then you can play like the pick threes or whatever. That's a big win. You know, pick 3, pick 4. It's like, that's 1 in 1,000 chance, but you throw 5 on it, and you might. I mean, that day is like, when you win, you just go, I'm buying beers on me today. Apparently, they work on the same receptors as heroin. Whoa. I don't know anything about heroin, so other than the girls I've dated, so they're heroines, Yeah, okay. Applies to life too. You haven't been enjoying the process of life? Yeah, man. I just, you know what though? You'll get to the point at not enjoying it so much that you literally just go, the fuck, whatever. You just go the route of the crazy person. You just go into, I was talking about this earlier, the route of almost apathetic, almost nihilistic, crazy person just going, there's nothing, I don't know anymore. And that's a breakthrough for some people. Most people, actually, because then you just go, I just think I cared about the wrong things for too long. There isn't really much there's really, when they talk about finding the cremation of care. Okay, most people say, I see in the video, it's there's an owl and they do this thing, and there's like, it's like Illuminati, and it's It's an initiation ritual. The point is you have to cremate the things that you think are important. It doesn't, like, most of what we think is important is stupid. Most of what we're doing in life is completely fucking irrational. Humans are more so we're supposed to be feeling oriented and rational, but we've become emotional. And you say, what's the difference between feelings and emotions? There's a big difference. Feelings is literally, if I take a feather and I touch you with the feather, that feels good. It feels good. Now, if I touch you with a feather and you think something like, I don't like that, your emotion is you don't like that because last time somebody was playing with a feather, afterwards they punch you in the face, right? Or it was like your ex boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, and so you have a distaste for that. The actual feeling is good, but the emotion is no good. So we've become too emotional as beings, and so that's attached to so many things that we like. What do most people do that they need to do? Like, what needs to be done in this world? If you were to be as honest as possible in this moment, what do you need to do? Nothing. Not a thing. How often could you keep that mindset? I mean, that would be like the Buddha underneath the Bodhi tree, right? At what point do you just go, okay? But then, after a while, you go, oh, well, there are things to do, and there's things I enjoy, and things that I like, and things that help people, and things that I can plant seeds, and there's all these things that you enjoy. Before that, it was all like, I'm gonna do this, I have to do this. Like, you don't have to do anything. You literally don't have to. You don't have to eat. You don't have to. You don't have to drink water. You barely need to fucking breathe. You barely need to breathe. I mean, am I suggesting to people to be breatharians? No. Did I try that for a little bit? I was going that route. After I fasted for a really long time in water, I was like, oh, I probably never need to eat again. I could probably just get to the point where I could just breathe in the ether and stare at the sun. Johnny, yeah. Emotions are tricky, man. They're not. Well, here's the thing. Emotions, they do this thing where they they attach themselves to past wins and past losses, past experiences. So, my feeling would be, look, I'll give you a prime example. I don't have a puppy. I don't have a dog. I had a dog for almost 17 years. Died. Do I want another dog? Fuck yes, and fuck no. Why? It's a whole fucking responsibility. And when it dies, oh, it's no good. But is a puppy fucking awesome? Is the whole life experience? Oh, yes. But now I have an idea about that. Does a child go, I fucking love puppies, get me a puppy? And you as an adult go, do you know that, like, not only are you not going to take care of it, like the way you said, you're just going to play with it, and then, like, you're going to take it out every day, you're going to feed it, you're going to walk it, you're going to... He's like, yeah, and then they get bored of it because they can't focus on that responsibility. And then they're like, but do you know that when you grow up, like, you had this puppy since you were 5, and now the puppy's, you're going to be 20, and going off to college, and then the dog's going to die. You can't explain that to a toddler. And could you explain that to yourself? Thank you, Johnny. Is the game worth the candle? Correct. That is the answer to everything. And what personality type am I? INFP and INTP. I tell me what they all are. Don't make me look it up. I think I'm an INTJ. Wait, intuitive. I'm an I. Intuitive. We got sensing and feeling. Feeling. Intuitive feeling. What's the other two? I don't think it's J then. Judging and what's the other one? Not with. I'm not judging. I intuitive. INFP. Is that right? Could be that. I'd have to look up what they are again. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing about that. You don't remember exactly. Yeah, but it's something like that. It's like one's intuitive, one's feeling versus. Here's the thing about that one. The Myers-Briggs. It changes for me depending on the day. Like if I took the test right now, I'd probably come out to be different than if I were to when I woke up tomorrow. Versus if I had a good day versus if I was trying to get something accomplished. If I needed to make some money, if I needed to do something, my that would be a different. My motivations would be different. Nice. Speaking of motivations, let's consume something. Yeah, and it's like I don't and here's the thing. To me, the Myers-Briggs is the absolute equivalent to astrology, because you have air, fire, earth, and water, and you have those four major, and then that's kind of what it's doing. It's just balancing it, right? It's like if you know what you are as an intuitive, feely thing, whatever those are, then you know how to adjust yourself so you're not like that if you need to be. Like once you know those things. So if you know, for instance, I'm an air sign. Obviously, you know, we're like what 3.5 hours in here, and I'm still talking. That's not that's not an earth. That's not a fire. I would have burnt myself out if I was a fire sign. If I was a water sign, perhaps. I'm wearing a lot of blue. But earth, no, they couldn't talk like this. So air sign. So I know that. So what I'm able to do is counterbalance that by knowing that what I should do more often is go outside, take my shoes off, and ground myself. Fire I work with very well because I can blow on fire and I can turn it into like a raging inferno, or I can just blow it out. And I also know that the air is the most powerful sign by far. Why? If there's a physical object there, I can blow it over. If there's water, I can move it. If there's fire, I can turn it out. It's the highest order. You have earth is the lowest, then water, and then air. And fire is, I don't consider fire to be fire to be an element. Fire is a transmuting force. It can be, it changes its thing. It alters other states. It can burn something, it can heat the air, it can boil the water. It's a constructive force. It's not an element, I don't believe. Yes, air is a aether. Aether is a nothingness. It's just. There's not, what are you gonna do? You're gonna throw water at the ether? The aether? You're gonna throw it at the air? Like, what's it gonna do? The water's just gonna be like, well, I'm out of here. The fire's gonna be like, here, and the air will just be like, oh, I'll just go over here then. It's too warm here. I'll be over here. And the earth is gonna be like, the air's like, I'm up here. And the earth doesn't go up there. Eh. Fucking being an etheric being, it's a trip, man. Like to be a sensible, grounded, rational linear construct person. Funny enough, when I was growing up, I much was left brained and very grounded. Like this is what needs to be done, and that. And then as I became more of whatever the fuck I am, which I'm still confused by, I'm more. I'm not airheaded by any means, um, but I'm definitely more fanciful, I guess. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. So you said you're water and you love earth signs. Yeah, it makes sense because water nourishes the earth, so things can grow, and it also the containment, so that the channels of energy, the earth holds the water to make it go that way. But the water also can clean the earth. You know, it can pull things out of it. Avatar. I didn't watch the show. I mean, I know the movie. I know the movie very well. I just don't know the cartoon. I've seen bits and pieces of it. I've seen awesome stuff, but awesome sauce and possum. Tossing off a possum. Yeah, tossing off a possum. That'd be awesome. Would it really be? Would it? Could it be? Yeah, Johnny, you're you're in your you're in your mid 20s, right? What are you, 23, 24, 25? It depends on the possum. Yeah, I mean, Avatar not being in my, it's not my framework because I would have been already. I mean, not that I don't. 22. Yeah, see, not that I don't still watch anime and cartoons and all sorts of shit. It wasn't in my. That's not my. Like I grew up on the Jetsons and the Flintstones and Hanna Barbera. Saturday morning eating cereal, just like adjusting the TV and the rabbit ears and shit. I grew up playing Commodore 64, VIC 20. I grew up, Nintendo, the original, the NES. Yeah, well, I mean, interesting growing up in the '80s. It was literally the transition from giant giant DVD joints, like those big laser discs, and the cell phone just came out, but we didn't have the phone in our hand, so we were out playing. We didn't have that, like you had to remember somebody's phone number, to the point like then the transition to the computers came, right? Most people, they grew up with computers. They don't know, like, to talk to an old person, somebody in their 60s, they had to develop into, like, okay, now there's all this new technology, but they grew up like, it's a whole different business. We, like, as whatever, we don't have 40 42. We don't have, like, there's a generation, what, X and Y and all these other ones. We don't have that. They didn't name us. We're like, well, the ones in the middle there, the ones that they grew up, like, just, there was no computers. There was computers in the school later, but in the beginning and at home, not really. Like, and then we're just like, Atari, and we're like, what is this? Big pong, big pong on that joint. Taylor Swift song. What does that mean? See, I didn't see that's probably what, that's more current, right? I don't. these pop icons. Uh, I wonder. Like, I mean, I know people that are in the industries, you know, and but I wonder what the like if you're a really super pop star, like how much how disconnected are you from what everybody else does? And don't you have to be? When people are like, oh, the struggles of being rich and famous. Who wants to be? Who wants to be that? Really? I mean, they can't do what you do. They can't let. They can't. They you can't be. It's a different life, man. You can't. It's like people expect them to be a certain way. How could you? How could you literally be Britney Spears? How could you be Justin Timberlake? How could you be those things and be anywhere near normal? Your earliest one was the Game Boy Advance, so you had the color screen. See, the Game Boy came out when I was 12, 13, 14. Was it 92? Oh, yeah, but here's the thing: is they that's what they know. So is it awful to them? I mean, they have to have struggles, similar. But see, I know people that like became quasi semi sort of sort of pop, right? Like sort of popular. Not like they didn't grow up in the business with their parents like, hey, we've got all the money, we've got all the connections. Like I've known people like to prosper and process themselves into semi like no shit, you got this shit going on, huh? You're like Drake, your boy Drake, what'd he say? Fucking came from the bottom. Like I don't know if Drake really came from the bottom. I mean that dude's pretty nuts. He's no. I don't know him, but it just doesn't seem that way. When you're that big in the industries, you came from it's called nepotism. Anybody understand nepotism? You keep it in the family, you hire in the family, it's all that. That's what you're doing. But if you're not part of the family, like you couldn't get in, and what up, cuz? So you can kind of be like on the, but you're not born into the bloodline. See, I always wonder. I'm pretty sure. I'm born of royalty, but but I think they stole me and put me into a laboratory. But I'm sure I'm connected to the ancient bloodlines. But then again, who isn't? I mean, there's different paths, but if you just if it's standard realization to rationalize something. If there's 1,000 people, those 1,000 people, kids grew up to be and here we are. There's 1,000 of us. We all had two parents, right? So 1,000 people, two parents, they each made one kid. Let's just say that. We can continue to go backwards to figure out who made those people. And as it gets smaller, the tree, what was the original source? We're all from that point. It just stands up to 100% like mathematics, reason, it's simple. So we're all born of the same thing. Was there different paths and routes, and are there stronger lineages? Are there stronger roots? Sure. Some people forgot that. Some people forgot the original points, the origination of where we're all from. Where we're all from. Thank you, Johnny. Yeah, I try to explain this to some Christian people. I'm like, your book says you don't like incest? but your book absolutely describes incestual nature. I'll explain to you very simply. Anybody's a Christian, suck a dick. Let me tell you what happens. Read it. Did you read the Bible? In the beginning, there was the two that they came, the garden, and then the. We're not gonna get at Eden and the other land that they went to. Don't, because nobody read the Bible. You don't even understand. The story was told. The story actually is written. The beginning of the Bible was written twice, one by God and one by gods, but the story it's a mimicry of the same story, but with different names. And then they go from Eden to another place. But if we just take it at face value, there was two, and then they had kids. Who were their kids fucking to make the next generation? They had to be fucking each other. How else would it have occurred? I mean, Adam was fucking himself, right? Because Eve was made out of his rib or some shit. I don't know, right? Got this one and this one. And then all of a sudden, kids come out. Who did they go and have intercourse with? They had to be fucking each other to make the next generation, right? Unless there was another land, and even in that case, because there was, read the book again. Where did they go? So they were in the garden in Eden, and there was another place they went to. Anybody? See, I can ask Christians this all day long. They don't know this. They don't. I'm like, did you read the book, or you just go on Sunday and then say, oh, I have a cross on my chest. You ever been with that like blonde hair, big titty bitch with the cross and Jesus everything and praised it, but she DTF first night raw dog, you know. But then when wakes up from having a little get drunk in the morning, like, well, I don't know why I've done this, and then next week she's calling you up like, what's up? You want to go have some drinks? embarrassed by the Lord. And then I'm like, did you read the story about the... Anybody? Does anybody know where they went? The land of Eden to where? Come on, somebody's got to tell me. I'm not continuing on this until... Your uncle was saying, oh man. See, I've never done the church or the grocery store or the funerals or the wedding thing. Never done it. Where did they go? It's another land. Read it. Eden. They went from Eden, and what's the other place? It's just across the way. It's just across the way. And also, if you want a little story about King Og, OG, you think an OG, an original gangster, isn't based upon King Og and the land of where? Well, they were banished to the wilderness. No. There's another land. There's another land. There's another land. It's another city. It was already there, but nobody. But because you only read because most people only went to church to read the beginning part of the Bible. They went to church and they were only given and granted through the sermon and the pastor, the Louis Pasteur, the pastor. They were only given one part of the story, and then they just jump around. Like, what are we talking about? It's Sunday, and the guy's like, well, we're gonna be studying chapter this and this, and we're gonna take one verse and we're gonna talk about it for 6 hours. Not Egypt. No. Nope. Nah, you guys don't know your Bibles. See? There was a time in my life where I walked around with a Bible for a bit. Not because I was preaching it, because I was actually going through. I actually thought. Here's what I did. I went through the Bible, and I put little, those little, not post-it notes, but those little rabbit-eared joints, like it's a different color, for every part in the Bible that was saying something completely idiotic, like, you know, the Philistine, the God wanting to the Philistines foreskins, or when Jesus said don't eat fish, or don't eat bottom feeders, you go to hell, like all these weird things, you know. Greece is wrong. No, Egypt. No, it's the land of, was the land of, was it the land of Nog or Nod or it's something like that. I'm tripping on the name of it right now because obviously I've eaten too much, drank too much beer and ate um, too many of the mushies. And I don't have a Bible here with me. I do have a phone, but I'm on it with you guys, so I can't really look it up. It's in the, so Genesis, they tell you the story in Genesis with God. And they tell you the same exact story again with gods. Because it's a very similar story of creation. It's very interesting. I was like, when I first, I was like, oh, somebody's like, to read the Bible. I was like, start reading it. I was like, why did you just tell me the same story twice with two, like it? But it's a slight alteration that changes the story. And that's just a standard King James version. But then again, is that the correct translation? I don't know. I think there's a line of Nog. Is it Nog? Whatever it was, they did. They went to an, that's what I was getting at is while there definitely was some incest happening, the people that they procreated with, where did they come from? That was the point. Where do they? Yep, just looked it up. Land of Nod, east of Eden. Thank you for all you Bible, like you. Looked it right up. Nod, exactly. East of Eden was Nod. So in the Garden of Eden, there must have been a Garden of Nod. And there's all sorts of other places. So they were fornicating that way. Not to say that there couldn't have been and wasn't incestual things happening. But now you got to pick a story. So either your Bible is saying that incest is the fucking only way, and which is what was going on. Yes, we can figure this out. We can decipher this. Or Eden wasn't the only fucking place, which it literally says. How do people not get that? How does anyone walk up to you with a Bible and tell you a story and be like, well, God is Jesus, and they're like, well, what about Nod? Did you not get that part of the book? Or did you not read the book? Are you cherry picking information? You cherry picking Bible banging bullshitter? And most of them have no idea. They're just selling a version of history that has nothing to do with reality. It has to do with the way they'll present it to you. Ha ha ha. The land of Nod means you are sleeping. Yeah, nod off. Just fucking nod off. The land of Nada. I'm out of here. Fucking nodding off. Fucking Nottingham. Fucking knock one off. I don't know where we're going with this, but yeah, it's a euphemism. Yeah, yeah, of course. Many things are allegories and euphemisms. Good word though, and that's challenging to me, for me to say right now, because my lips and my cheeks are kind of bubbling with funny right now. The most of these books, if you read the book and you don't take it at face value, everything is astrotheological. Ah, It's to the east, and if you pronounce it backwards, dawn. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I got you. I got you. Yeah. I mean, everything is upside down and backwards. And all of these stories are they go through so many translations, so many different books, so many different Bibles, so many different versions, so many different but underneath it when it's always the story of the human body and the stars. So as above, so below, as within, so without, out there. And it's a story of how your body exists. It's Neville Goddard probably explains it the best. It's states of consciousness, but there is an actual physical star astrology that connects. That they're telling you about organs and things that are going on in your temple proper. And but it was also like we can go to the temple, and the temple looks like your body. It's based on the human body. But then it's also those temples and those places are based upon where the stars are. What's it called? Like geomancy, you know? It's like using. It's also like bringing stars down onto the earth. So the star systems you're looking at are where the pyramids, and then you go to Hollywood and there's stars. They're bringing energy out of the sky onto that and mimicking something. Yeah. You know what I'm gonna do right now? I'm gonna get a pair of socks. That's what I'm gonna do. And I'm back. And there's you. Well, hello, people. What are you doing? It's an odd hour here. We've been kicking it for almost 4 hours of me talking, which is pretty awesome. I think we've all learned a lot today. And if you feel like you've learned something and you'd like to generously donate to me, that'd be really great, because I got bills to pay like everybody else. And this helps me do it most of the time. You guys, it's only because of you guys. I love all of you, you know, that kind of thing. Donations beneath bag, PayPal, CashApp, blah blah blah, all that stuff. Appreciate it. Thanks. You guys are the best. That's my one little moment of commercial. 15 seconds. That's all it took. See, if you're watching TV, people pay for cable and internet and all this, $80 a month for cable, only to watch commercials to make you buy more things. Shit, I would shut your TV off and just pay for me. That'll be a good idea. Maybe the cinematography is not as quality as what you might see on there. Maybe the script writing is better. Was obviously better because that's a script. This is not. But come on, intelligent, funny? No, not this good looking. No, I don't think so. Johnny, how do I do it? I fucking don't know. I have no idea. People ask me all the time, like, what do you do and how do you do it? I'm like, because I guess I just don't limit myself to what I think I know. And also, like, you realize like when someone says like, what do you do? And I'm like, you worked a job from 9 to 5 for the last 20 years. And during that job, you basically did the same thing every day. And what I did for the last 20 years from 9 to 5 was watch documentaries, read books, listen to audio, explore, just consume knowledge. So there's not too many things that I would say I don't have an inkling about what it is, like how does it work. I'm fascinated with how things work, like engineering, like how does a physical object, how does that physical object work, how do the seasons work, how does the mind work, how does something abstract, how do people get good at that, what is this engineering, you know, like your boy Sadhguru. It was inner engineering or some shit. Is that what he does? Yeah. I mean, essentially, that's kind of how I do it. And I kind of wait for, sometimes people would just give me like just a word, and then we just play off that word. Or I could just look around here and I'd be like, oh, do you want to talk about like trees and leaves and why a leaf is called a leaf? Because it leaves the tree, and how does that work? And when the leaf hits the ground, all of those nutrients because a leaf has energy, there's nutrients in there, and it hits the ground and it re-fertilizes itself. And then how does the tree become bigger, and what is it made of? And like, I ask those questions all the time, and then I try to figure it out. And if I read books that give me a good answer, I'll accept it. If I read books or listen to something that sounds kind of not right, I'll go, I don't know if I don't think just because you authored it, just because you wrote it down, doesn't mean it's true. So you gotta ask questions and question answers and answer questions and back and forth. You just do it with everything. But yeah, like I did like 6 hours yesterday, 4 hours a day. Fucking put work in, man. And also, it's really weird too. I mean, if you watch some of my videos, sometimes I can talk for a long time. What fuels me? Sometimes it's alcohol. Sometimes it's utter sobriety. Sometimes it's eating a lot. I don't know. Sometimes motivated by music. I don't know. It's hard to. What's the catalyst? I think maybe it's also that I like different sounds. Like I really thoroughly, completely enjoy music. When I grew up, I didn't listen to music. I listened to shit music. It wasn't on in my house. The only thing on in my house was like a television and microwavable food. And I played sports. There's no music. And then one day I found music and I was like, what is this? Why is this so much different? And so as I would listen to music, all of these different sounds became very interesting to me. And then I realized like my voice would do that, and I could see how I just like pitch shift a little bit, and it does something internally, makes my body feel different. Maybe that's why I do it. I don't know. I'm not like intentionally going, I'm just gonna sit here and go. I mean, I could teach you how to. Why would I do this versus this versus this versus this? I've made videos on why these work. There's the air, fire, earth, and water. It's the 4 seasons. It's the 4 brain waves of you have a BAT D, beta, alpha, theta, delta. So delta is the lowest. Delta, D tab. Theta is awareness in the dream world. Alpha mind, D tab. Delta, theta, alpha, beta. And then you have epsilon. That's another brainwave. And then you have gamma. See, I can teach you how that works, and this is the reason you go, oh, you'd use this vocal thing to... There's a whole thing to it, but for me, I don't know. Sometimes I like to be completely silent. And that sometimes fuels it. That like, why do you... People are like, you fucking talk a lot. You have so much to say. Yeah, because I fucking know a lot. So of course I'm going to say shit. But the amount of time, people don't understand, like, they do their job and they're probably on the phone, they're doing this, they're going to interact with people, and they're just saying whatever they're saying. During that day, I go days without saying a word. I just walk outside. I might say quack I might say talk to the ducks. Not really speaking English or anything. Or I might just walk around, stare at trees. I don't know. Maybe I'll listen to music, but I don't say anything. Silent meditation is the same as speaking. Sometimes other people's meditation is the sound of my voice. Epsilon. I didn't do a video specifically on that because it was kind of outside of the range of what needed to be understood at the time. So you got the four that create the gamma, and the gamma is hyper learning, and the epsilon is I don't know off the top of my head. I forget what the frequency is, like what, but I think it's a higher rate of frequency. I think gamma is where your brain is supposed to be most of the time. I think theta and gamma are pretty much prime real estate for brain. Delta is great if you need to be healing and sleeping and just heavy duty sleep mode. If you're spazzing out and got something to get done, you'd be up in the alpha. But yeah, the epsilon, I forget what it is. I think it's a really higher frequency. I don't know if it's hyper learning or it's just spasmodic. I'm not sure. Ugh. Thought there was a little more iced tea in there. That was almost straight vodka. Bah. Yeah, I mean, think about it this way. See, I'm going to continue on with this question, this query. How do I do this for so long? If you go to high school or college, and there's a teacher, professor, whatever, and they're going to do a class, like so professors, high school teachers, they probably do what, 5 out of 8 periods, and they have like 3 hours off. So they do about 5. They're in the classroom setting doing 45 minutes a time. Like they're doing 45 minutes, but they're doing the same thing 5 times a day. And they have a chalkboard or they have other things. It's a plan. But they're still going to put in 4 or 5 hours. For me, this is all abstract off the top of my head, and it's more expansive by a long shot than what any college professor or high school teacher could do. They couldn't even dream if they had to just stand there and do what they're doing. But they can't just. They're not teaching. It's a fucking lecture. It's a hall of people. To speak like that, like I do, they couldn't do it. They would just like, no. Like, all right, here, write down what you think, and here's the book, and I'll just prepare this lesson and just say this and then do it again later. Okay. I can't do that. I can't do that though. More power to them, because like I couldn't do that. I would lose my fucking mind. But it's in the same breath. What I'm saying is, there are people that speak. Most people speak all day, anyways. I mean, think about this. Is what I do more valuable doing this, or should I go get a job working at fucking McDonald's or Target? What is that? There's a cashier. Hi, welcome to Target. Let me check these things out. You have a beautiful day. Oh. What would you like with your order? We want some ketchup with that? Is that really what? I mean, here's the thing. They're still standing there talking and interacting with the public every day. But it's on a very short process. It's a push button. That's what it is. Repetition. I'm not good with repetition. That's why I have this thing right here, this little beat machine. I can make beats on here, but it does the repetition for me. Like, can I make a beat? Can I go? Can I? Can I boots and cats for a little bit? But I get bored of it. I'm just like, can I keep time? Yeah. but only for a little bit until I'm just like, I gotta switch it up. So I'll let that take care of that, and I'll just keep it like freestyle, like off the cuff. And the funny thing is, I can always loop it back and make sense to something I was saying earlier. And what's up? Who's up in here, Melvin? Grand Rising. Is it? Oh, Epsilon is lower than Delta. No shit. Okay. And Melvin, you said Grand Rising? I've been on here for 4 hours, my guy. What was my thoughts on NPCs? That's funny you bring that up. Go watch my last 2 videos, I think. Not the ones that if you get in the middle of the video and I'm making music, that's not the one. I made a bunch of videos the last few days. So, but I talked a lot about that. The simple thing is NPCs, yes, I agree with that. And I was, in fact, before you got here, I think even at the beginning of this, I kind of addressed that and touched on that issue of people that are, I mean, the beginning of this video, just whenever we're done here, feel free to go back to the beginning, and I just go on a fucking 20-minute tangent about that kind of idea. I think those people that it sucks, but they might not even be, they might be empty vessels anyways. Were they already NPCs? Were they really? Are they brain dead? Do they exist anyways? Is there a purpose for them being here? Do we need to deal with those fucking people anymore? Does it sound like I'm being, what's the word? Harsh? No. I'm being as close to realistic and honest. And as I said earlier, as I loop it back, the beginning, there are some people that just literally bring no value to this world. And I don't even need to say it out loud, but I'll say it again. I know that I bring a shit fuck stack, ton, like giant Randy Marsh wheelbarrow testicles of goodness to the world. You know what I mean? Other people, you know what they do? They walk around and their entire existence is pointless. There's really nothing they add. They don't add, they don't subtract, they don't, I mean, if anything, they're dividing and subtracting. And that's what they got. I'm not really interested in division or subtraction. I'm into multiplicity and adding. I don't even like math. Although I did used to be in Mensa and I had a pretty high IQ. And I was really good at math. But all in all, math and numbers are called numbers because they're numbing. They don't trick you. They were telling you the truth. Numbers are N-U-M-B, numb. Ugh. I'm gonna stare at these fucking 9 digits all day. Oh wait, there's a 0 there. There's 10. Ugh. Well, I mean, 26 is not so many more than 10. Because letters in the alphabet, but I can't say 1 and say 1. It doesn't change what that means. But if I say a word and I adjust it slightly, it has a totally different meaning. So, language and music is important. Timing is important, but numbers, yeah. Nah. Hey, Kaylin, I wonder, you know what's funny about that? I wonder, sometimes, I don't know if it's like a general thing that occurs on like a mass scale, that there's an energy and a vibration, which I know exists, right? But sometimes I'll say something in a video, and I'm like, and then I'll watch somebody else's video, and I swear to fuck if they didn't just say the exact same thing, where I'm like, you made that video after me. This person, I've never heard from them. They don't say they listen to me, But I'm pretty sure there's a lot of fucking very important people that listen to me that don't tell me they listen to me, and they repeat what I say, which is fine. I'm happy with that because it needs to be said. And there's a lot of dumb fucking people out there that need to shut their fucking mouths and go back to sleep. Like, just go out of here. A culture based on insincerity more than insecurity, but yeah, insecurity. Arrogance to know your value and express it openly. Yes, it's considered arrogance. Like, there's a difference. They take it the wrong way. It's like if you're good at something, you're just good at it. That's not arrogance. It just means, like, if you. I always have to just bring it to a basketball reference because everybody can understand this. If you are LeBron, if you are Michael Jordan, if you are these certain players, right? It's not arrogant to go, I'm one of the best ever to do this. Let's just accept that. That's not arrogance. It's just like, it just is. It's not confidence. It's a damn thing. Like, they can do this and put the thing in there better and throw the ball over. They can do all that better than you can. There's nothing arrogant about it. Like, if you were... I don't like to use boxing because boxing is completely scripted. But if you were someone like, say, Mike Tyson or Mayweather even though I don't like Mayweather and I don't think his record should be what it is because there's a lot of fights I think he would have lost if they weren't scripted. Nonetheless, would it be arrogant for him to say, I am one of the best ever? No, it wouldn't be at all. It's just like, can you beat him? Would you even try to? No, it's idiotic. That'd be ignorant on someone else's part to say. Ignorant people call people that have confidence arrogant. Johnny, that's hilarious. You said math fascinated you in high school. Math never fascinated me. It was just what was easy. Like I could just when I was in let's see, 10th grade. Okay, so 10th grade, they put me into another math class. It was advanced math. They pushed me ahead a grade because I already knew the shit. So I go in this math class, and the teacher knows that I'm in 9th grade taking 10th grade math. So it's like advanced math, whatever. So I don't know any of the kids in the class because, well, I mean, I know some of them because they're in the same school, but not my grades. So it's not the class that I'm usually in. So I'm like, oh, I'm going to this extra class. Like, this extra special class. And I was doing these math tests. And the teacher, so I'd get the answer, right? And I'd write it down. And the teacher came over to me one day and was like, you have to show your work. You're cheating. And all I could think to myself at the time was, and I wasn't this way. I wasn't this way at all. Like what I'm about to say. I didn't say it. I was just like, but what I'm thinking is I'm in an advanced class. How the fuck am I cheating? Why would I have cheated to go to advanced class? And I said, well, I don't need to show the work because I just did it in my head. She's like, that's not possible. I was like, but it is because that's what I did. She's like, you're not showing the work that you did. You're cheating off of someone. I was like, no, I'm not. I'm just literally in my head doing the math problem. I'm skipping 3 steps on here because I just did it in my head and I write down the number. And she's like, that doesn't even make sense that you got to that number. I was like, because I did the 3 other fucking portions of the math in my head. And because she couldn't do it, it meant to her that I was cheating. Which made absolutely no sense because I already got A pluses so much that there's like, just fucking go to the next class. See? And then after that, you know what I did? I was like, I'm not doing math anymore. Done with math classes. Just done. Yeah. How did you know that, Johnny? How did you remember that? My middle name? Yes, it's William. How did you know this? Man, how you listen to me a little bit, huh? It is. Here, you guys stay here. I gotta pee again. And also, Stitch said what up. Yeah. That's something else that it's a really weird thing to me. The passage of time and like how old I feel versus how old people assume I am versus like no shit. That's hilarious. You remember randomly and that yes, you're correct. That is funny. That's funny you remember that. Well, math is called mathemagic, and I don't for 1 second believe that nature to be made of mathematics. And I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna explain to you why, and it will make a lot of sense when I say this. The nature of reality is based off of geometry, which can be explained mathematically, but it isn't based upon a numeric system nor mathematics. Geometry is this to this is in direct proportion in relationship to this. This and that is this thing here, or that and this thing is relationship to this thing. It's a dynamic proportion of 1 to 2 equals 3. I don't know, we're going to divide this in golden means and rectangle. It's shapes. It's shapes and angles and things. However, it is not numeric. It's not numbers. It's not mathematics. Mathematics attempts to explain geometry in the way that I'm using words to explain couch. You don't see and feel and experience me saying couch in the same way that mathematics doesn't really tell you what geometry is. You know what relationships are, and you know what a couch is, but you don't really know numbers and mathematics, and you don't know letters and words and language. They're languages. Numbers, the alphabet, and numerics and the alphabet are both trying to explain something else. Physical reality, I'm using words. Numbers are explaining geometrical shapes and proportions. And if you just want to say, wow, yeah, that's what it is. Just broke reality down for you right there. Yeah, I mean, there is a timing to things, which is a frequency. There's an amperage and a frequency. There's an AM and FM. How often, how frequently, and how much of. But that is as well a secondary function to try to explain through numbers and language the idea of proportions. So, sizes, shapes, that's reality. Feelings of those sizes and shapes and tactile, that's the reality. We try to express it with numbers and numbers. Oh, the universe is based on numbers. No, that's for left-brained Like, I don't know. People try to say that, and I'm like, no, you're a dork. Sorry, I have to break it down. You're not getting it. Numbers. You can't. Let me try to go a little further with this for people, just so you understand this. I'm gonna dig in here. You can't eat a number. It's not gonna feed you. An orange will feed you. I can say orange is not going to feed you. I can say there's one orange there and give you a number, a mathematical proportion. Neither of those things are doing anything. Does the sound of my voice feed people? Yes, it does. Does it feed them and nourish them the way an orange could? Sometimes, but let's just say that orange is there and it's an essence of something, and you could tactile feel it. It's a bunch of things. But not a number. No. Not at all. Numbers, especially considering, what is it, binary or trinary systems? But there's 10 numbers. So why are we working binary? Is it trinary? Or is it based on 10? What about the Phoenicians? What about the other ones? They were based on 60? What about the ones that were based on 13? What about the ones that were based on, you have your hands here and you have 26. 26. Look at your hands show you the alphabet and the numbers. 1 through 10 and 3, 6, 9, 12, 13. 13 and 13, 26. There's your numbers and your letters. But does that really tell you anything? Yes, I mean, for me, the only thing that it's a trinary system of tribal system. Tri, tribal, 3, man, woman, child. That's there's there's a lot of tribal. There's Bibles 2 and tribals 3. Bible people, this and that, right and wrong. Tribal people, it all coordinates in a triangle. The strongest thing that you know is a triangle, right? That trinary system, they only have 3 numbers. Everything is, look at, even in our language. Let's give you another upgrade. Even in our language, if I say first, second, third, what do you hear? I'm gonna try something out here. See if you follow me here. I say first, second, third. Then I say fourth, fifth, sixth, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Right? So what did you miss here? First, second, and third. First, 1, ST, 2, second, 2, second. ND, 3 is third, RD, third. So what do you have in 1, 2, and 3? ST space or triangle, ND space or triangle, and then RD. A triangle is an A. Standard. First, second, and third spells the word standard. You can standardize everything by 3 things: gold, silver, bronze, or copper. You go on a podium in the Olympics. First, second, third. 1, 2, and 3. Standard. And then everything after that is TH. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th. I tell you. So the triangulation number 3, there's only 3 numbers, which is expressive of the triune God, which is the masculine, the feminine, and then the child nature. That's what you got. Yeah, that one I had to be taught. That one I would never seen that. That's a I forget where I got that from. I totally forget where I got that from. I could have been Don Tolman, but Yeah, how would you even notice that? Thank you, John. Everything after 3 is a play on the Trinity. Yes. I mean, even in Neo, you have Neo, which is 1, and then Trinity's in the Matrix, right? Yeah, it's a play on the 3. That's all you got. There's nothing else. Like you can't say reality is duality. And here's why. Even though we live in a dual plane, not really. We live in a triangulated plane. Because if there was only man and women were always dueling, the next generation wouldn't occur. This is how you make a generation. A generation is based upon 2 things, a 1 and a 0 coming together and then creating what comes out. It could be another 1 or a 0, but it's still the next generation. It's not exactly a 1 and it's not exactly a 0, because it's the force of the 1 and 0 together. And that's the child nature, right? Still going to be masculine, still going to be feminine. It's going to be one of the two, but it's not quite. But then we just do that again, and there's 1 and 0 again. Okay, this one's more masculine, this one's more feminine. They come together and create a generation. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, the Bible. See, I think the original is why is it the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost? They leave the feminine out, and I don't think the correct translation is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. I think the correct translation would be, but that has to do with patriarchy. I think the original correct translation would be the mother, the father, the mother, and you could say the Holy Ghost, or the child. I think that's correct. I can't imagine, like, why would it be the Father, the Son, and then the Holy Ghost? Holy Ghost doesn't mean woman. Holy Ghost is just like some fucking, what is that? And it's the Father, the Son. Where's the mother at? Why do they leave the mother out? Because that's the patriarchy fucking with everybody. I mean, obviously there's too much masculine patriarchy bullshit, but don't take it too far with this matriarchy nonsense. Don't do that. Well, no. It does say in the Bible. It says the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. That's what it says. As far as that's the translation, I don't think it's right. I think it's fucking stupid. It's like this. Here's where they get it wrong too. You look up in the sky, you see the sun, and the moon. You go, sun. You see the sun is the Father. The Son is the Father. Okay. And you say the moon's the mother? No, it's not. You know why people consider the moon the mother? Because they didn't take their shoes off and just look beneath them. There's the mother right there, beneath your feet. Mother Earth. Mother Earth, Father, Son. They connect and create everything. Light and this base that we exist on. Physicality and imagination. The moon is a surrogate reflection succubus. And it's not a bad thing. It's a surrogate mother. It pulls magnetically out of the earth bad things and good things. That's why it's there sometimes, and other times it's not. It's not there, then it is there. The moon, where'd it go? It's gone. No, now, let me just explain this to you. If you go into the sunlight, you get a tan and you get melanated. So light makes you dark. If I go in the shade, it's cool. Sunlight, hot. Light, I get dark. I go into the moonlight, cold, pulling, extracting. I go into the shade, when the moonlight is out, warm. Darkness is warm, and the moonlight is cold. That's the truth. So is the moonlight pushing cold, or is it pulling heat? Yeah, Bible people always want to argue because they're in binary systems. They have to. It's right and wrong, God and the devil, good and bad, good and evil. And I can't. I made a video about 2 weeks ago, and somebody that I used to talk to that came to my channel all the time listened to the video, and then had a big problem with what I said during the video, and then made a video with my name in the title. They got a small channel. The cool person, I like them, and was just like shitting on me because I said that because I didn't believe there was as many terribly evil and demonic things, and he was like, yes, there is evil in the world, and there is bad people, and then then the next day he comes to his senses and makes another video to apologize to me. And I was like, what do you, like, why is this dude apologize? Because I looked my name up to find another video of mine. I was like, oh, somebody just made a video about me. I was like, no shit, let me check it out. Oh, it's so-and-so. So I check it out and like, what video are you talking about? What did I say? Like, you're mad at me for saying I think the world's a better place than you think it is. I didn't know how much they were like, oh, fucking suck Jesus' cock. Ah. And I was like, didn't I just say the world was a good place? Yeah, you can't say that. How dare you? You gotta fucking suck off Jesus' cock, bro. Like, nah, actually not gonna do that, because the world's a good place. No, there's evil and Satan will come and destroy you. Like, nah, actually I am Satan. I'll bite your face off. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how they came at me, and I was like, why? I didn't make a video about you, for you, towards you. I had no animosity, and I actually was saying something good. And for saying something positive, I get kicked in my fucking taint by someone. And I'm the asshole, right? Thank you, Johnny. That's exactly. You see, that's how dare I not be angry at the world the way he is? Yeah. But why? Because he was told to be angry by some book that explained that everything must be in a dual system and fighting. Sure, we live in a physical reality. It's phi. We live in a phi world, but a phi is based on 5, which is based on V and Venus, and it's Venusian, based on the number 5, which is physical. It's not fighting. Fighting is physical, which is phi, but it's still not in duality. What's that, musicians? What are you doing? Hey, are you at your? Did you get to your location yet? I forgot when we talked last. Because it's Sunday morning, and the only thing I'm excited about is listening to John Levi do NLP on me with his monotone voice. You realize if you watch some of my early videos, if you listen to the way I talk, you would have to assume that I'm practicing some sort of magic voodoo science of neurological linguistic programming on you. You'd have to assume that, because I don't use inflections. My voice is very monotone, and I'm basically talking like this the entire time. I'm explaining something that's just the way I was. So when people say John Levi because he doesn't get excited, the motherfucker is he's probably smoking weed. He's probably on antidepressants. I don't fucking know. He's just sitting there like, he's just saying what he knows. No, don't listen to him because he'll control your mind. I disagree. And in fact, if you think John Levi sucks, He gave me a shout out in one of his fucking videos. So fuck you. And I never met the guy. I never talked to him. I forget why. I think I told him to look something up and do a video about it, and he did. Yeah. Yeah, that's how much of influence I have on him. How about that, bitches? Like, who cares? We all influence each other every day in a lot of different ways. But I'm gonna go get NLP'd real hard, all up in my brain by listening to him talk. Oh, Musicians, did you listen to it? It was good. What's it called? What's the title? Wait, don't tell me, because that might influence me to believe what he's saying. Because I don't have a mind of my own. I have no idea how this thing works. If someone says something, I immediately just believe it because I'm a stupid idiot. Is that what people think? Because I'm pretty certain that I have some keen vision on what the fuck is going on. And I'm pretty certain there's been a shit ton of people that told me that they would put me at the level of Savan Bomar, of Terrence McKenna, of... So you think somehow I'm just John Levi's little off, and so are you little turds. I just don't get people sometimes. You're influenced by everything you do. You went to McDonald's today? You're influenced by the smell of that. When you go by Burger King, and that smell's coming out of there. You see the big signs, and there's a tree right there, and the tree is influenced. I went and seen Grandpa Tree today, and I went and I played with turtles. I seen a snapping turtle. That influenced me. Should I say I'm neurologically manipulated by said turtle? I played with ducks. I seen a duck across the pond, and it swims over to me to play with me and this little kid, and we feed the ducks. Am I now? That's all I can do. See, people don't get it. Who said? Oh no, who said John sucks? I hear that. Yeah. No, just I read the comments, and somebody made a video about masks and having a lot of people saying it was more gallons, and some people were saying it's some nanobot, and some people were, and then there was just like random comments. I couldn't tell if they were real, if they were bots, or if they were just dumb fucks. But some of them seemed like the typing seemed like they were just a dumb piece of shit. And basically people was like, praise Jesus, John Levi sucks, he's part of some cult of Leviticus, and da-da-da-da-da. And I was just like, fuck you, dude. And so I go and click, and I'm like, does this person have a channel? I don't even know why I would do this. Like, does this person have a channel? And I'm just like, I wish on YouTube I could just push a button and never, like, can't this person just never, I don't even want to see this, I don't want to hear this, just fuck this person. They're just worthless. You know? Oh, it's about fucked up people? No shit. That's been going around, man. I was talking about that too. People with their head in their chest. Don't you mean their ass? Yeah, what is the Aristotle quote about? Oh, it's the mark of, yes, it's the mark of an educated man to entertain ideas without accepting it as the truth. I don't know if they say the truth, but like, you can just entertain an idea even if it's not going to fit in to your, like, you kind of put it in there and you go, well, perhaps that might be, or you just think about it. You just go, nah, it's not going to work. You don't just flat out say no. Yeah, there you go, musicians. Condemnation before investigation, the height of ignorance. Yes. Jesus would be interested. Yes, if the Jesus figure existed, even though there wasn't a J during that time, they mistranslated out of the Greek. I mean, it's a whole fuck. That's all. The whole thing's a mess, unless you read it the right way, which is difficult to do. But if he did exist, he would read it to go, no, this isn't what it's. That's not how that thing. If he did exist and walked around with some motherfuckers, he would be like, No, that's and which one would he read? Somebody will answer me this question. How many versions of the Bible are there? How many denominations? How many denominations are there? And then how many versions of the Bible? I'm gonna need to answer that, because if there are over 100 denominations, and there's over 100 versions of the Bible, which I think both are true, it still doesn't matter if there's 6 versions of the Bible. All of them cannot be right. Let's throw them all in a hat. You pick one. That one might be wrong too, but you can't have all of them be right. And then let's not forget, there's another book called the Quran, and then there's the Bhagavad Gita, and then there's stories that kind of mimic each other if you read them the right way, through allegorical, kind of like a personification of an energy, or maybe, who knows? You got to wonder which one's right. They can't all be right, is what I'm trying to get at here. Oh man, the sun is out already. Caitlin, how is Christianity or other religion even real when every church is teaching and interpreting different? Yeah, there you go. You are correct, Johnny. Yes, all of the religions are based upon, as far as I know, this is the history that I've understood. Christianity is based off of 3 things. 1 is paganism, 2 is a mushroom cult, and 3 is astrotheology. The book itself is mainly astrotheological and a version of how the body works internally, as well as a mental construct, like your awareness and your spirituality, like your states of consciousness. That's what the book is. The practice and what Christianity is means to be Christed, because Christ is a title, just like Tsar is a title. To be a Tsar is a title. To be the president is a title. To be Christed is to be anointed. It's all the same thing. It's just a title. Mr., Mrs., Doctor. It's the same fucking thing. So, but to be a Christian is to actually have literally crossed, or to be crucified. Here. Got that one. It's not that neck. It's a cross into Golgotha. This is your skull, Golgotha, and you push the waters and the energies up through the spine, the penis, same word, anagram, and to put it up into the head, and you put the light into the pineal, and you are the light of the world, blah, blah, blah. It's... And it's mushrooms, because if you eat mushrooms, the same kind of thing happens. And the cults were all based upon Santa Claus. Everybody's like, okay, if you're Christian, you celebrate Christmas. Christmas. But that whole Christianity is based upon Mithras and mushroom cults that were from Siberia. If you live in Mexico, you can't really celebrate Christianity, because that wouldn't have been your God, because you don't have coniferous trees, because they don't grow there. What you do have, however, is cactus plants and certain types of toads. But the cactus plant is more peyote cactus. That's where it's warm. It's both psychedelic cultures, but they have different gods. And for them to tell people it over here that their God is Jesus and celebrate Christmas. How the fuck are people in the South? Okay, I'm gonna make this very clear to people. If you live where there is no snow, you've never seen snow. So how the shit does Coca-Cola sell you a guy with a suit on that has a big beard that comes from the North Pole, and everything about what he's doing is in the winter months where it's cold. Because he's participating with the cult, the mushroom cults, based upon the Amanita muscaria mushroom, which is the reds and the whites, and the reindeers, which used to go, the deer used to go find these mushrooms. Rudolph was the front one. He got a red nose because as soon as he found the mushroom, he would smell it and eat it, and then your face becomes flushed, your nose becomes red, and they fly around. And then where does Santa go? He goes to the chimney and drops presents down. Presents is an anagram for serpents. It's serpent energy. And he's dropping down mushrooms. Why would he have to go to the roof? Because he was a shaman in Siberia where it's cold. And all of the snow to be built up that he couldn't walk in the front door. He'd have to drop the mushrooms down the chimney for you to collect. And then you'd hang them to dry them. And that's why you have the stockings that are red and white, which are the mushrooms that are drying over the hearth. Right? The heath or hearth or whatever it's called. And then you have the presents, red and white usually, wrapped underneath the Christmas tree, which is the coniferous tree, connected to the mushroom, from the cow shit, from the coniferous tree. Pick one, because you got two different cults there, but the coniferous tree is mushrooms grow off of that. And then up the Christmas tree goes all the lights. That's all of your chakras opening up. And on the top, there's a golden star. That's your pineal gland. Atop Mount Pineal. Seems like a reasonable story because that's how it works. And that's what Christianity is based on. Yeah, presence is, the presence is the present. It's a gift. And it's also serpent, which is energy. It's kundalini running up the spine. It's part of the pagan gods. The fire in the mind, the fire in the belly. Sometimes when I do things, when I do something like that, or itch my nose, or I'm assuming over the course of a show, somebody's like, does he have a tick? Is there something wrong with him? No, I just have a lot of hair. And sometimes, I get a little curly Q up here. It kind of goes in here, and I gotta play with it. So I'm not, out here, sometimes I'll just do this a lot. Does he got a fucking coke problem, dude? No. But he must do a lot of cocaine, because he was sitting here for 4.5 hours talking. How can you do that without doing cocaine all the time? I don't know. I'm just good at it. Because my brain is so fucking fantastical. Yeah, Johnny. Well, here's how that works. Pagans have altars, right? You go to your pagan altar. You have the earth. You start a candle, and you're doing your magic. You're doing it because you are connected to God. You are God. Religion, what they went and did is they said, no, you can't practice magic by yourself. I need to be the go-between because, oh wait, they're at an altar. Go to a church. What do they have there? They have the blood of Christ and the wafer, the body to what is it? Transfigure. What's the word that they do? But they just here, take this sacrament. They're it's mind controlling the fuck out of people. Take this wine, take the bread of Christ, and here and and they're standing there in front of them. They have the light. They've lit the fires. It's not transfusion. It's transmutation. Trans something. Here's the lighter and the fire, and here's the wine, the water, and the blood. And it's kind of a crazy ritual. You're eating someone's body and drinking their blood. That's what they have you believe. Oh, I mean, shit. I'm not into that. I mean, it's bad. It's bad enough. It's bad enough as humans that we eat animals. Now, in a biodiversity, as humans, depending on where we live, is how much meat you should consume. How much dead animal. Animals will die. Animals should not be farmed in factory farms. However, there is a reason for animals to exist, to be slaughtered. There is a reason for it. It's been addressed by many people many times, but but then you have this other cult. You have the vegan cult, and you got this. I mean, you can't live on an island. If you live in an island and there's fruits and vegetables and fish, but no animals, that's what you'd eat. But if you lived in the north, where there is no fruit and the vegetation is sparse, you would eat yourself a whale. You would eat yourself fish. You'd kill a deer. There's something going on here. And small farms, people that have a farm, they're not just waking up every morning having fucking bacon and eggs. Not doing it. They're mostly eating. Their diet is probably about 90% 90% vegetation, fruits, ferments, beers, wine, and then occasionally they have meat. It's very simple, because they're intimate with the experience of life, which oddly enough includes death. I know, right? Yeah, no. I mean, I'm still trying to decipher who. Like, I'm trying not to say who's the worst, but I am saying who's the worst. Is the cult of Christianity or veganism worse? I've kind of said Christianity it pales in comparison to the vegan cult. Why? Because the vegan cult is the new kid on the block with all the fancy bells and whistles, which are always attached to virtue signaling and what seems to be short-sighted, the best thing for the planet. Going green, don't eat animals, it's harmful, I love everything, and it's love and light, and all this, but it's all short-sighted. Yeah, Christianity's already done it. It's already run its course. Like, there's okay, right now, most people that are Christian are just Christian by proxy. It just means their family was, and like they just, I guess, I don't know, whatever. But people that are vegan, they are fucking vegan. And they will let you know. Christians, they're just like, all right. I mean, there are some that have the Bible. Like I maybe like 4 years ago, I was sitting out in front of a bakery. It's like, middle of summer. I got a tunic on, and I have a staff in my hand with a skull on it. And a woman walks by me, turns around, comes back, and goes, Are you a warlock? Literally straight dead to my face, asked me if I'm a warlock. And I start laughing. Because Well, one, I thought she was joking, and two, she was badass. She was fine ass, like she's probably like 43, 44, black woman, sexy. Now, after she asked me if I was a warlock, she wasn't kidding. She's, can I sit down and talk to you? I was like, yeah, sit down. And then she starts telling me about Jesus. I was like, honey, and then I put my hair down. I was like, don't I look like Jesus? Isn't this who you preach to? Like, I'm like, why are you why are you sitting here talking to me about come come to your church and come like for what? I'm gonna come to your church and spend 2 hours a day listening to you talk a bunch of dumbass bullshit, and then want me to give you $20 for you saying dumb shit. The best thing about doing this online, if you guys don't like what the fuck I gotta say, you just dip. And you don't have to pay me. You don't even have to. You don't even have to. It's nice if you do. It helps me out a lot. Keeps the roof over my head. Lets me do this another time. But at church, you kind of feel like they just shove the basket in front of you. That's tough. At least with musicians, you have to actually walk up to them to give them a donation. Most people feel a little awkward walking up and giving donations to the musicians. They don't know how to do it because they're like, and they just kind of, but at church they just like, here, take the bucket, just give me money. See, this is a lot more difficult doing this right here, because you guys you could be like, well, he's not even notice. Sit here, you can sit here and be entertained and learn anything you want to learn. I can help you all day, and you'd be like 4 or 5 hours, and I'd be like, well, that should cost you about like 500 right there. Like, I'm not gonna give them a damn thing. But Christianity, no, they got that basket. They need that filled. What I think I'm gonna do though is I'm gonna get a basket, and I'm gonna set it right next to me, and I'm just gonna point at it every once in a while. And every time you guys give me a tip, you know what, I go to the store, and I'll get some dollar bills, $5 bills, 20s. I'll probably get 50s and 100s too. And then every time somebody donates to me, I'll just throw it in the basket. And then we'll see what happens. We'll see if I'm as good as, we'll see if I'm worth what a preacher makes. Because they be rocking nice clothes and driving nice cars and sinning like a motherfucker. And I'm like, I don't even do dirty shit. Man, I still gotta like fucking wash my own shoes. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's still a struggle. I should have become a preacher, man. What's up, Skull? I know, Johnny. Yes, people don't get that part. Do you, and this one goes too far, and I don't like this. I don't like this idea, because this idea came from someone that is a complete carnivore, and he's a fucking idiot, and he really irritates the shit out of me. But I don't know him. Good luck to him. But the idea is that when you have a farm, do you know all the things that you need to do to keep all the animals away from eating your vegetation? You literally have to like poison, murder, kill these animals, because if you don't, they'll eat you. Or you need to put up a giant, like, it's like you have to fucking, put up all this walls and shit, and then you're not part of nature anymore. And yeah, it's a whole different thing. But the amount of animals they have to like cut off from the biodiversity and the whole thing that's going on, that they kill a lot of animals. I mean, I don't like it as an example for like how much they're saying like it's actually you kill more. No, not than a factory farm, but there is quite a bit. Skull, thank you. Yeah, yeah, Skull. Tell Christ had one about, yeah. So tell someone that is crossed into actually Christendom. Yeah, that's what I need a virtual. You know what I made you guys a long time ago. I made you a virtual what would you call it? A virtual altar. On one of my videos, I made a virtual altar for people. You could just take a picture and put it as your background. There's like things on there, and you can just put it on your phone and use that. I mean, is it better to perhaps light a candle and actually have a little cup of water and everything? Probably, but we can do everything virtually. Yeah, like what are you gonna tell somebody that's literally like already you can't tell people shit sometimes. Yep. I do need I do need a virtual donation basket, and virtually you guys can figure it out. It's beneath. I wish I mean sometimes I just get lazy about doing it because I just assume the best in people that you'll all figure it out. But if I did a super chat thing here and I did I already do 5 hours and I still answer everybody's question. Like, oh, I go out of my way to answer people's questions. But it's like, what would I do? I just like, here, super chat you guys want, and all some donate to me or else. I feel kind of stupid about that. I could do all the things like put the thing up there and hit the donation button and do this and da da da. I just don't know. It's just too much. Ah, Skull. How can you accept what you already are? Yes. Mm-hmm. How can you accept what you already are? Yeah. It's it's too bad that people can't understand the 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 simplicity of what like if you personify that there was some guy, then here's the image. You're idol worshiping. Even the Bible says don't idol worship. Yet you go to a church and there's a cross and there's a dude hanging there. You're worshiping that idol. That's the point is that's supposed to be symbolic reference to something about you. Not that you got hung up out to dry, fucking bleeding from your hands and you're like, ah. That's not what it is. Everybody carries the cross because you're already like. It doesn't mean you've crossed over or you're christened. But speaking of that, that's what we got in there. Like Zen, what are you consuming right now? Don't worry about that. Uh-oh. Mm. You could just assume what that was. There was nothing in my nose though. It wasn't that. Oh shit, you were vegan for a little bit? You were angry, huh? Yep, that happens. Yeah. No, you know what? I was vegetarian, very hardcore vegetarian for I always say 7 or 8 years, but I think it was longer than that. Now that I'm looking back on it, I think it was almost 10 years. And I was to the point with vegetarianism that if I went to a restaurant, I would ask them if they like if I wanted soup, I would be like, is that broth definitely vegetarian? I would be like, I would have something cooked, and I'm like, is there meat? Is there anywhere on that grill that didn't have meat on it? I was like that, and I realized what I was doing is I was causing a lot of internal turmoil, as well as these people like, fuck this dude. Like I was just like I mean, I wouldn't say I was being like I wasn't over the top with like, oh my god, but I would be kind of like, hey, I'm kind of like a veggie head, so I kind of don't want meat anywhere around my food. And so, but I know people were just like, this fucking dude. And then one day, one day, a friend of mine who was vegetarian for quite a while, and then he was like, he just started eating a lot of meat. He went actually the other way. He became a complete like, um, not a carnivore, but like, what's that, paleo, all that bullshit, you know. And one day he was like, he came to New Orleans and he was like, I was like, I'll eat a fucking burger with you. He's like, dude, when's the last time you ate meat? I was like, I don't know, 10 years ago. Because he lived with me. I knew this dude for years. Like, we were living for like, I don't know, 4 years, I think, 5 years. And he's like, when's the last time you ate meat? I was like, oh, fucking, well, let's just, he's like, he just looks at me and I just picked up, because we were sitting in a restaurant, he'd ordered something. I ordered vegetarian, he ordered something, and I just like, I don't know if it was a piece of steak. I just grabbed the steak off his plate and just started eating it. He's like, what the fuck? I was like, ah. And then, I mean, then I didn't eat meat after that for another couple months. And then I was like, I'm in New Orleans, like, just fucking eat. Just eat. I mean, I don't always choose to pick the meat dish, but like now I just don't have a problem picking it, you know? What's up, Rysel? What you doing? Exactly. You just have to tell yourselves like, oh, yo, you're gonna get nutrition out of this some way or another. You're gonna take the good and you're gonna push the bad away. Taking the good, push away the bad. Taking the good, push away the bad. You're not gonna. I've always made it akin to being a blackbird, being a vulture. Them crooked vultures, to being a crow, being a. They eat death to bring life to the world. So they do. I eat death and shit out goodness. My shit grows life. It grows trees. It grows oranges and lemons and meringue, pineapples to make meringues, and I mean whatever. It grows all that. That's my shit. My shit has more life force in it than whatever the fuck you're eating, and I'll eat death to do it. So what do you think? What do you think these birds do? They be spitting in your veggie burgers exactly. You got a good friend into calisthenics? Yeah. 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 Exactly. A lot of people don't get it. Like whenever like a couple times, like, I've been telling people for years, like if you can and you live in the right environment, the best thing to do is eat the fruit. Don't kill the animals. Probably don't even eat the vegetation. Just take the fruit. If you live somewhere and there's fish, eat that shit. But the fruit's the best. But I'm gonna sit here and just like one day I got on here and just started devouring a medium rare as shit steak. But what the fuck are you doing? I was like, because I want to. Because why not? And my position is this. This shit is dead. Me buying it or not buying it doesn't bring it back to life. I did everything that I thought would help the planet and help the world for the longest time, and it didn't do a fucking thing. And I look at that, it's a piece of meat in the market. Oh, it's blood. It's dead animal. Like, yes, it is. It's dead. What? Should I just leave it there? Let it rot? I don't know. Someone else can buy it. I don't know. It'll be on. It'll be 30 cents less tomorrow because I'm not gonna buy it. Somebody else will. It's not gonna change their attitude. Yeah, but I mean, though that's the thing is like you. So you go through eating all this meat and doing these things, and I still drink my piss. I mean, is it the best? Is it the best in the morning after I've eaten fried food and fattiest uh, cheese balls and uh, snacked on sodium rich this and pork chops and shit? Like, no, it's not gonna taste that good in the morning. Maybe I'll have a glass of water in the morning, and then drink my second piss. Yeah, yeah, right. So who really gives a fuck? Call. Oh no, no. Actually, you know what? A couple people emailed me and got my comment section was like, "What happened to you? You eat meat now? You're a blah blah. I'll never pay attention to your channel again." And I was like, "Who the fuck are you?" And I was like, I was like, "Hey, when's the last time? Because you watched my channel for years. This is, a couple people I had to say this to. So you watched my channel for years, right? And I taught you a lot, and you learned something, and it's helped your health. And did you donate any money to me or anything? Did you send me any gifts? Did you? No, you didn't. So, but you'll send me. But you have time to type out, I'm an asshole for eating meat. I'm like, I don't think you understand what you're saying quite yet. I don't know. It's just some jazz shit on. I don't know what it is. Oh, onion rings? That's very funny you said that because yesterday, I don't remember where I was, but I remember walking around and the smell of onion rings was overwhelming. I forget where the fuck I was, but I love the smell of onion rings. I love onion rings. Especially if you got that orange sauce. What is it? Like a Thousand Islands or whatever? Onion rings are dope. One second, y'all. I gotta. Uh. Oops. Whoa. That's very funny. My phone just did some funky things where it just changed the colors on me, but whatever. Okay. I mean, I'll say this about the meat, man. I think that it is somewhat addictive, like in the addiction quality where you feel better. It's kind of like if you were to do cocaine every day and then you stopped, you wouldn't feel good because you were relying on that to have the serotonin released in your system. So there's probably some trigger within eating meat, but I don't feel the strongest I ever was. The strongest I ever was when I was vegetarian. I was 180. Like right now, I weigh probably 162. Not really in shape. Don't really do anything much athletic. But I was vegetarian for at this point maybe 6 years, and I was in the best shape. I weighed 185 pounds of I'll fuck you up, and I could jump and basically, you know what I mean. Like I played a lot of sports. For me, dunking a basketball is kind of like the 5'11". That's a task. So I was right there. My body mass was right, and it was vegetarian. No additions. I did that. That's and now I just it doesn't really change how I feel. The only thing that changes for me with eating meat is like after I eat meat, I feel like full, and I can take a nap. If I'm just eating all fruits and veggies, I have too much. It's kind of like drinking piss, It's just too much energy. Uh, was I smashed last night? No, no, it wasn't like that. I just forget. I just forget. I mean, because I was out all day. I had hung out with mushroom burps. Yeah, I was hanging out with a friend of mine and two, like her son and her boyfriend's son. It's like he's like 6 and 6 months. So we were just out all day. We just went to we're there. And then I don't know. It could have been 2 days ago, dude. I haven't I haven't been sober in fucking 3 weeks. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Just between. Hold on. Between. Oh. I just don't remember where it was. Oh, Johnny, eggs. Eggs are very healthy. I don't consider eggs to be. To me, eggs, honey, and milk are all in the category of death-free foods, and they're extremely healthy. Anybody wants to challenge me on that? I have. I got plenty of ammo. It's a puss. So you're not gonna breastfeed your child, you stupid fucking dummy. Honey, death free. Milk, death free. Eggs, death free. It didn't develop. Yeah. How you feel about what you're doing is more important than what you're doing. Yes, 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 yes. No, I didn't. I wasn't taking any. I didn't take any proteins. No, for me, a protein is if you understand the word, this protein is it means original source. The original source of information and energy is plant life. It is. I mean, the origination is sunlight. So we really only need go through that thing. You only really need sunlight. Okay, then you need oxygen, and then you need. But as far as we can tell, for edible things, is vegetation, fruits. Fruits are the highest order. But again, if you live in a cold climate that you don't have fruit and citrus available every day, if it's not on the tree, you should be eating what's available to you there. Then you'd feel the best. But most people don't. They don't exist hand to mouth. They exist what got off of the airplane, the truck, into the store, into their face, which is fine. But you have to stay local, seasonal. That's the best way. And also, just in case y'all didn't know, I consume a lot of alcohol. I would attribute most of my health to the amount of alcohol I drink. Honestly, I'd be like, no, there's no way. I'm like, yeah, way. Skull. I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I don't think so. I mean, I think it's okay. I think it's like in small like I think it's pretty much like anything in this city, as long as you don't have enough that it's considered distribution or whatever. I'm pretty sure it's like just nobody really fucking cares. Like I could go walk on Bourbon Street, and there's like cops on horseback standing, sitting next to the fucking crackhead selling you coke. I'm like, you're just gonna stand here and just sell? I mean, it's shit coke. I mean, I wouldn't buy from them, but I know people that have. I'm like, what's wrong with you? Why would you even do that? Like, that's just horrible. You know how much cut that is? But, anyways, yeah. This is pretty much just don't be excessive about anything. Like, do everything in excess. Just don't don't push weight of something, and nobody really gives a shit. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the fruit thing. I'll just reiterate: if you're not in the proper climate, it's not a good idea because it's called the raw food diet, not the raw food diet. Raw foodists are idiots because it's not. You're not supposed to eat food raw. You're supposed to eat it as it is if you're in that climate. However, if you have to dig up a potato, who the fuck here is eating a potato uncooked? Is potato juice healthy? And is it good for you for certain things? Absolutely. But who's eating a fucking potato without butter and chives and boiled and baked and cooked, and you're not. You're not eating any of the roots. It takes boiling, which is sun, fire, ra, to cook the food if you're in a cold climate. It's your space. It's where you live. It's climatized and location. That's how you need to eat. Let's just go back to it. Let's just examine it again. What do animals eat? They don't have grocery stores. They don't have a truck bringing them food. They don't have airplanes. They just eat what's local and what's available. But what do they do different? I'll tell you what they do different. They don't put socks on. They don't put shoes on. And they're eating locally. And there's a lot of those animals that are vegetarian that are extremely healthy. But they're eating local. And they're grounded to the earth. Once your feet go into shoes with rubber soles, you're disconnected. You're gonna grow differently. So the energetic charge you'll get from certain things will be different. If you were in a hot climate, think about it. If you're in a hot climate, you're at the beach. Oh, you're at the beach. And there's fish to eat and there's fruits to eat. Most of the day, you're not going to be walking around on the beach with shoes on. So you're going to be connected to the crystals on the beach, which are connected to the earth. It's an energetic charge. And you're going to have your shirt off. You're going to breathe in all that beautiful that ionization off the waves that are hitting the crystals. What do you think's going to happen? You'd have to consume different food. Yes, I'm taking a piss. There's no way, as a natural person, like a natural being, you would consume. You're not going to consume elk. You're not going to consume a piece of. You're not going to eat a bear, right? Because there's no bears there. Why would you eat it? What's there? Fruits, vegetables, fish, sunshine. That's what you're going to eat. I mean, fruit is much the same as alcohol, fruit juice, water, alcohol. It's all cleansative. It rids your body of things it don't need, and then adds to it some sugars to get energy off of. I mean, in a cleansative way, you have to work through the levels. Like, you have dense foods, and you could use dense foods to clean dense things out of you. But a higher order is liquids. So fruits would be closer to liquids because most fruits are like 90% water. So you're getting a lot of water and nutrition out of it. And then what's above that? Essential oils, flowers, smelling them, breathing, staring into the sun. Super cleansative. Oh, so you do fruit. You break your. When you wake up, you eat fruit. For me, it depends. Depends on what I did the night before. But usually, I'll get up and have lime juice, maybe iced tea, maybe a half and half. Iced tea, lime juice, lemonade, whatever. And then I'll take a fucking fat shit, and then I'll have a day I don't really eat. I don't really prefer to eat during the day. And I've told this to people before. It's for a few reasons. One, it just doesn't agree with my system. Two, then I have to shit in public. I'd rather prefer to use a bidet. And it robs me of energy. Like I'd just rather eat at sundown. I have more energy if I don't eat anything, really. Maybe drink something. Like, what do I do all day? Like, you just drink all day. Well, you fucking eat all day, you fat piece of shit. That was how I feel when people talk. When people, like, fat dummies. Like, you drink all the time. Like, okay, you fucking chubmeister. Ain't it though? Hey, what time is it? It's almost time I can turn my music on. It's 7 o'clock. Let me open my window. Let me see what's going on over here. 1 second, y'all. Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna turn this light off and open the window. Yeah. Uh-oh. Ugh. Okay. It's almost time to turn some music on. Hey, Ripe Soul, you know there's a music machine right here. And what the fuck? Have you made any videos recently? Because I've not got any updates on your channel or a few people that I used to watch. Wait, where the fuck? Oh, that's right. I forgot. You're over there in Australia or whatever. Fucking fat pig. Feeding you got to keep the parasites happy, huh? Yeah, I think there's a happy balance. A lot of people don't get this. Like, you can't live without having bacteria, parasites, whatever you want to call them in your system. But it has to be, they have to be in order. They have to be a small amount. They're doing their dirty work for the body. Oh yeah, transitional stages. Yeah, I mean, who isn't, man? I mean, everybody's out here. Everything's in a transition for everyone. It's like more so than usual. Normally, you could be like, I'm gonna read your fortune. I'm a tarot reader, and I'm gonna tell you all about your future. And you're in a transitional state. Everybody is, in a very major way, in a good way too. At least, I mean, some of the transitions I've had have been like fucking stupid, but most of them are pretty awesome. There's lots of things that are happening that are very good in my life. Partially due to consuming an exceptional amount of mushrooms, partially due to making music almost every day, doing more videos, getting lots of gifts, doing 5.5 hour shows, putting work in. Little caterpillars. Fucking caterpillar. Oh man, look at this. It says, here, we'll turn this into this. Oh man, I have to do something with this one day. Turn this into. We'll turn that into some artwork. Those are for a piece of artwork that I'm going to do. I haven't done anything artistically in a while, other than make music, but that's gonna go on to those. I'm gonna paint, and then do a bunch of like intricate, design on, and then I'm gonna put it on a giant canvas, kind of multimedia bullshit. Castor oil. I've never done castor oil. I've done. Let's see. I've done a bunch of different bastis, and I've done olive oil and grapefruit. That was pretty intense. So the olive oil, grapefruit, you do like a cup of each, mix it up, and you just fucking choke it down before bed. And then you'd be smart to put a diaper on. Just in case you wake up in the middle of the night and shit your bed. But as soon as you wake up in the morning and you go and yeah, you get weird shit that come out of you. That's not normal. But it's good. It's good. It's very cleansative. Something about the fats and the acids that work to push things out of your gallbladder. Oh yeah, I mean the castor oil it's the thickness, it's the viscosity. I don't think I would use castor oil. I have a bunch of castor oil. I just like, oh, I've tasted a little bit of it. I was like, is that just supposed to be for your like? Is that really should I really consume that? But then again, I've consumed turpentine, oregano oil, aged piss. I mean, I'm not against it. It's just a little tough. I've tasted a little bit. Peace out, Ripe Soul. Good to see you, man. I mean, I didn't get to see you, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean, bro. Broham. Oh. I have to plug this thing in. Oh, okay. So it thins it out. So if you put it in the boiling water, it'll thin it out nice. Makes sense. I assume that if you mix it with an acid, it would definitely, like a fruit juice, a citrus. I assume it would have a very similar property to using water, like hot water. Acids are akin to boiling something. It's kind of like how that works. It's kind of like using, if you were to do an extraction, make a tincture, you'd use boiling water or simmering water, depending on what element it is. If you're using like a root or a leaf, or you could use vodka. The higher the proof of vodka, the hotter it is. It extracts, it pulls, but it can also destroy some sort of the alkaloids in it. So you have to. There's a difference between heating something up too much, you can break things, or so if it's a root system, it's the easiest way to look at it. If you take something from the earth as a root, you can use boiling water or hot vodka, meaning like 190 proof, right? 95%. But if you have something from a lower realm, or excuse me, from a higher realm, like say a leaf or possibly a flower. If it's a flower, you can't even, you have to have below simmering water, and you could only put that in wine. See, lower alcohol percentage, you can put it in wine and let it extract. But if you put it in alcohol, it would denature it and destroy it. And if you heated it up too much, it's like if you were to make tea, if you have a flower or a white tea, you have to put it at about 140 degrees. If you have black tea, you can almost boiling water. But then there's ranges in there. Green teas, you want about 180 degrees. It's just how that shit works, but it's just how it works, dog. Okay, just had to plug that in. All right, back. So, what else? Fuck is we talking about here? Where's this remote control? There you go. Huh. I wish YouTube would give me the, like, not me, but everybody. We should have an opportunity on this side to, like, okay, so it's 5 people here. I should know everybody that's in here. I should have the right of refusal for people being here. Like, if there was somebody that always came here, like, I don't want them have to say something to them not be here. I just, sometimes you're like, if you're always going to come here and never say a word, and I would just kick someone out. At least say hi. I think that would be better. Like, could you imagine, like, you're at your house and 4 people come over, 5 people come over, and some person just comes there and sits there and doesn't say a fucking thing. Eventually, you're just gonna go. You're sitting here eating off of me, speaking. You don't even say hi. You don't even acknowledge my existence. I think that would be helpful. If you, instead of just when people type, I could be like, oh, who the fuck are you? What's up, Andrew C? Like, if there was a 200 people here, then I don't really give a fuck, you know, because then there'd be like comments after comments, and I don't know, I can't answer all that bullshit. So it'd be like I have a party, right? A couple hundred people. What are you gonna do? But if it's a small party, you probably just go, hey, thanks, host. Thanks for hosting the party. Can I get you a drink? If you guys want to buy me a cup of coffee or a beer or something, you can feel free. PayPal, CashApp, blah blah blah. Because almost 6 hours. If I'm making an average wage for someone of my caliber, that'd be probably like between $50 and $100 an hour. But if I settled for 20, I should still have $120 for doing this. Easy. I wonder how much I'll make for doing this. Just doing it for my health. Yes, I put my hand in my pants and smelled my nuts. And they smell gorgeous. They smell like champagne and root beer. I'm retarded, I know. It's okay. It's okay. Well, what should I do? Should I try to take a nap, or should I just like fucking muscle through this? Should I just do it? Should I just a show all day to see? Like, what do you think? Does anybody here know? What's the longest YouTube cast ever? How many hours? And I'm not talking about somebody that just pushed a button and recorded, you know, a flies farting for, 20 hours. I'm talking about like an actual straight through broadcast. What's the longest? How long? Anybody? No? I bet you we've pressed over 10 hours before. Uninterrupted, completely me, 10 hours. That alone is fucking gold. I don't care even at the end if I was like completely hammered. Doesn't matter. could you do 10 hours of talking on the internet and still have people show up and be fascinated with what you're saying? I don't think so. So is no one in here? Is this just, it's just saying there's people here and there's no one here? No one's gonna say anything? Fine, don't say anything. I won't say anything either. Let's play some more. Let's play some breakfast jazz music of my choosing. What do we got going here? It's that's what I love too. Whenever people leave, like I mean, it says, and like I wonder who the fuck was that? Couldn't say a fucking word. It's always weird. It's like someone coming over just to watch you take a shit. You'd have to question their motivation. They're like, what are you doing? I don't know either. Oh. Ooh, this could be really good. You guys want some music? I guess there's just gonna be 3 people in the background listening. Or why would there? See, here's the thing: is would there be 3 robots listening? No, that wouldn't make any sense. Could there be 3 people at work? Could people be at school right now? It's Sunday. Unless you're in a different country. You could be at work, I suppose, and you can't type. In which case, I give you a pass. But let's play the song. You guys want to hear? It's pretty good. Well, since nobody's going to be here talking, I'm going to get the fuck out of here. It's good to see everybody. Be weird, be strange, inspire the world. If you can't do that, at least take care of yourself. And it's always nice if you do donate to me. Yeah. It's way more worthwhile to donate to me than it is the fucking crackhead that you walk by and you give a quarter to every day. You should just save those quarters and give them to me. And if you did that every day, save the quarter just to give to me. And every year you could give me, I don't know, what's that? 52 to maybe $100. Send me $100. Might as well do it. It's helpful to me. Lets me do this and help other people. By giving me $100, you help other people. Remember that. Bye, bitches.